and bright as a supernatural delight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Everybody here is out of sight. They don't bark and they don't bite. They keep things loose to keep it light. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fun and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. We like our fun and we never fight. You can't dance and stay uptight. It's a supernatural delight. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fun and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. We get it almost every night. When the moon is a big and bright, it's a supernatural delight. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fun and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fun and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fun and natural sight. Everybody's dancing in the moonlight. Dancing in the moonlight. Everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fun and natural sight. She's got a smile that it seems to me reminds me of childhood memories, where everything was as fresh as the blue in the sky. Now and then when I see her face, she takes me away to that special place. And if I stare too long, I'll probably break down and cry.
Tell me something, girl. Are you happy in this modern world? Or do you need more? Is there something else you're searching for? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for change. And in the bad times I fear myself.
Tell me something, boy. Are you tired of trying to feel that void? Or do you need more? Ain't it hard keeping it so hardcore? I'm falling. In all the good times I find myself longing for a change. And in the bad times I fear myself. I'm off the deep end, watch as I dive in. I'll never meet the ground. Crash through the surface where they can't hurt us. We're far from the shallow now. In the shallow, in the shallow, in the shallow, we're far from the shallow now. Starting in my heart, reaching a fever pitch, and it's bringing me out the dark. Finally, I can see you crystal clear. Go ahead and sell me out, and I'll lay your ship there. See how I'll leave with every piece of you. Don't underestimate the things that I will do. There's a fire starting in my heart, reaching a fever pitch, and it's bringing me out the dark. The scars of your love reminds me of us. They keep me thinking that we almost had it all. The scars of your love leave me breathless. I can't help feeling we could have had it all. Rolling in the deep, you had my heart inside of your hands, and you played it in my heart to the beat. Baby, I have no stories to tell, but I've heard one on you, and I'm gonna this mine sure won't be shared. The scars of your love reminds me of us. They keep me thinking that we almost had it all. The scars of your love, they leave me breathless. I can't help feeling we could have had it all. Rolling in the deep, you had my heart inside of your hands, and you played it to the beat. Throw your soul through every open door. Count your blessings to find what you look for. Turn my sorrow into treasure gold. You pay me back in kind and reap just what you sow. We could have had it all. Never had that. Rolling in the deep of gold. Got a condo in Manhattan, baby girl, what's happening? You and your ass invited, gonna get a clap and gonna pop it for a player, pop it for me. Turn around and drop it for a player, drop it for me. I ran a beach house in Miami, wake up with no jammies, lobster tail for dinner. Who yourself a scamper? You got it if you want it, got it if you want it. Said you got it if you want it, take my wallet if you want it now. Jump in the Cadillac, girl, let's put some miles on it. Anything you want, just to put a smile on you. You deserve it, baby, you deserve it all. I'm gonna give it to you. Cool, you rich island, so bright. Strawberry champagne, all nice. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Sex by the fire at night. Silk sheets and diamonds, so white. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. I'm talking trips to Puerto Rico. Save the world and we go. You can be my flica, girl. I'll be your flico, mamacita. I never make a promise that I can't keep. I promise that your smile ain't gonna never leave. Shopping sprees in Paris, everything 24 karat. Take a look in that mirror now. Tell me who's the fairest. Is it you? Is it me? Say it's us, and I agree. Jump in the Cadillac, girl, let's put some miles on it. Anything you want, just to put a smile. You deserve it, baby, you deserve it all. I'm gonna give it to you. Gold jewelry shining so bright. Strawberry champagne on ice. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Sex by the fire at night. Silk sheets and diamonds, so white. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. You say you want a good time, baby. Well, here I am, baby. Here I am. Talk to me, tell me. What's on your mind? If you want it, girl, come and get it. All this is here for you. Tell me, baby, baby, what you trying to do? Turn around and drop it for a play. Pop it for a play. Pop it for a play. Could you reach out and so bright? Strawberry champagne, all nice. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Sex by the fire at night. Silk sheets and diamonds, so white. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Lucky for you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Tonight, I much I wanna do. And tonight I wanna lay it at your feet. 'Cause boy, I was made for you, and boy, you were made for me. I was made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. I can't get enough of you, baby. Can you get enough of me tonight? I wanna see it in your eyes. Feel the magic. There's something that drives me wild. And tonight we gonna make it all come true. 'Cause boy, you were made for me, and boy, I was made for you. I was made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. I can't get enough of you, baby. Can you get enough of me? I was made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me, and I can give it all to you, baby. Can you give it all to for loving me. I can't get enough of you, baby. Can you get enough of me? I was made for loving you, baby. You were made for loving me. I can get enough of you, baby. Can you get enough of me? So serious, girl, why those feet cold? We just getting started, don't you tiptoe, tiptoe. Waste time with a masterpiece, waste time with a masterpiece. You should be roll with me, you should be roll with me. Aye, aye, aye. You're a real life fantasy, you're a real life fantasy. But you're moving so carefully, let's start living dangerously. Talk to me, baby. I'm going blind from this sweet, sweet cradle. Oh, let's lose our minds and go fucking crazy. Ay, 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 ay. Keep on hoping we'll eat cake by the ocean. Walk for me, baby. I be Diddy, you be Naomi. Whoa, let's lose our minds and go fucking crazy. Ay, 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 ay. Keep on hoping we'll eat cake by the ocean. See you licking frosting from your own hands. Want another taste? I'm begging, yes, miss. I'm tired of all this candy on the dry land, dry land. Oh, waste time with a masterpiece, waste time with a masterpiece. You should be wrong with me, you should be wrong with me. You're a real life fantasy, you're a real life fantasy. But you're moving so carefully, let's start living dangerously. Talk to me, baby. I'm going blind from this sweet, sweet craving. Oh, let's lose our minds and go fucking crazy. Ay, 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 ay. Keep on hoping we'll eat cake by the ocean. Walk for me, baby. I'll be daddy, you be Naomi. Whoa, let's lose our minds and go fucking crazy. Ay, 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 ay. Keep on hoping we'll eat cake by the ocean. Ooh, ah. Ay, 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 ay. Keep on hoping we'll eat cake by the ocean. Ooh, ah. Ay, 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 ay. Keep on hoping we'll eat cake by the ocean. Vamos a comer pastel junto al mar. Talk to me, baby. I'm going blind from this sweet, sweet craving. Oh, let's lose our minds and go fucking crazy. Ay, 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 ay. Keep on hoping. Cake by the ocean. Walk for me, baby. I be Diddy, you be Naomi. Whoa, let's lose our minds and go fucking crazy. Ay, 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 ay. Keep on hoping. Cake by the ocean. Red velvet, vanilla, chocolate in my life. Confetti, I'm ready. I need it every night. Red velvet, vanilla, chocolate in my life. Keep hoping we'll eat cake by the ocean. Last night I had the strangest dream. I sailed away to China in a little rowboat to find you. And you said you had to get your laundry clean. Didn't want to hold you. What does that mean? Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody's gonna slow me down. Oh no, oh no. I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. I won't. Oh no. I got to keep on moving. You're on a roll and now you pray it lasts. The road behind was rocky, but now you're feeling cocky. You look at me and you see your past. Is that the reason why you running so fast? Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody's gonna slow me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch grab one. Don't know. I got to keep on moving. Never let another girl like you work me over. Never let another girl like you drag me under. If I met another girl like you, I will tell her. Never want another girl like you. Have to say, ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Ain't nothing, nobody's gonna slow me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch. I won't. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. Nobody's gonna slow me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving. Ain't nothing gonna break my stride. I'm running and I won't touch ground. Oh no, I got to keep keep on moving. Never let another girl like you work me over. Never let another girl like you drag me under. If I met another girl like you, I will tell her, never want another girl like you. Have to say, oh, ain't nothing gonna break my stride. We are talking away. I don't know what I to say. I'll say it anyway. Today's another day to find you shying away. I'll be coming for your love, okay? Take on me. Take on me. Take me on. Take on me. I'll be gone in a day or two. So needless to say, odds and ends, but be a stumbling away. Slowly learning that life is okay. Say after me, it's no better to be safe than sorry. Take on me. Take on me. Take me on. Take on me. I'll be gone in a day or two. All things that you say, is it a life or just to play my worries away? You're all the things I got to remember. You're shying away. I'll be coming for you anyway. Take on me. Take on me. Take me on. Take on me. I'll be gone in a day or two. Take on me. Take me best, but you don't succeed. When you get what you want, but not what you need. When you feel so tired, you can't sleep. Stuck in reverse, and the tears come streaming down face. When you lose something you can't replace. When you love someone but it goes to waste. Could it be lights will guide you home and ignite your goals, and I will try to fix you. And high up above or down below, when you're too in love to let it go. But if you never try, you'll never know just what you're worth. Lights will guide you home and ignite your goals, and I will try to fix you. Tears stream down your face when you lose something you cannot replace. Tears stream down your face. Promise you I will learn from my mistakes. Oh baby, baby, I was just supposed to know something wasn't right here. Oh baby, baby, I shouldn't have let you go. And now you're out of sight, yeah. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now. Oh, because my loneliness is killing me, and I must confess, I still believe when I'm not with you, I lose my mind. Give me a sign. Hit me, baby, one more time. Oh, baby, baby, the reason I breathe is you. Boy, you got me blinded. Oh, pretty baby, there's nothing I wouldn't do. It's not the way I planned it. Show me how you want it to be. Tell me, baby, 'cause I need to know now. Oh, because my loneliness is killing me, and I must confess.
lipstick stains on the front lobe of my left side brains. I knew I wouldn't forget you, and so I let you go and blow my mind. Your sweet moonbeam, the smell of you in every single dream I dream. I knew when we collided, you're the one I have decided, who's one of my kind. Hey, soul sister, ain't that Mr. on the radio? Stereo, the way you move ain't fair, you know. Hey, soul sister, I don't wanna miss a single thing you do tonight.
Hey,
Just in time. I'm so glad you have a one-track mind like me. You gave my life direction, a game show love connection we can't deny. I'm so obsessed. My heart is bound to beat right out my untrimmed chest. Now I believe in you like a virgin, you're Madonna, and I'm always gonna wanna blow your mind. Hey, soul sister, ain't that Mr. on the radio? Stereo, the way you move ain't fair, you know. Hey, soul sister, I don't wanna miss a single thing you do. The way you can cut a rug, watching you's the only drug I need. You're the only one I'm dreaming of using.
Interesting. Okay.
singing my life with his words, killing me softly with his song, killing me softly with his song, telling my whole life with his words, killing me softly with his song. I heard he sang a good song. I heard he had a style, and so I came to see him, listen for a while. And there he was, this young boy, a stranger to my eyes, drumming my pain with his fingers, singing my life with his words.
Bien, antes de comenzar, les Okay, before we start, I'd like to remind you to please turn your cell phones to the silent so we do not have any interruptions during your session. My name is Veronica Schmidt. Please be welcome to this Conectathon LACPass event on regional interoperability in digital health. Digital transformation is a recurring theme in every sector and all around the world. All areas and disciplines, without a doubt, are impacted to a greater or lesser extent by a transformative way, echoed by the public, the private, the academic, and the social sectors, society at large. And of course, digital transformation has also reached and very strongly and on a timely basis to the healthcare sector. Even sometimes the very stakeholders of healthcare are not even aware of the huge impact and the depth of the great benefits of digitization in the world of healthcare. And in relation to that, we are starting this LACPass Connectathon, this event that aims at strengthening a Pan American digital network in healthcare with a very necessary objective, which is to open more opportunities for interregional, interoperable health. Next, I would like to tell you what is the meaning of this LACPass project, which is finally, well, the reason why we're all here together. LACPass is a multi-country initiative, and I'm going to tell you what countries are involved, which is developed within the framework of RACCEL, which is the American Network for Cooperation on Electronic Health. It's sponsored by IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank, which aims at creating bridges, links, and connections in terms of healthcare to all people in Latin America and the Caribbean. LACPass has the following strategic partners: PAHO, Pan American Health Organization, that at the same time is a co-sponsor of this event, and HL7, Health Level 7. Other supporting entities that are supporting this initiative: LACChain, which is the Global Alliance for the Development of Blockchain in Latin America and the Caribbean; IHE, integrating the healthcare enterprise; and CENS, which is the National Center for Health Information Systems, which plays the role of its organizer. This is a work or initiative that is not starting today, of course, but at least started a year ago. The institutions that I've just mentioned and the countries that are members of this project have been developing this work. I'm talking about Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, El Salvador, Paraguay, Peru, Suriname, and Uruguay, that began working in order to promote this project for the well-being of all people in this region. And what we're doing today is to celebrate the outcome of these years intense work and collaboration that translates into the first milestone of this project, which is the adoption of international interoperability standards for the issuing and verification of COVID-19 digital certificates as defined by the European Union. This is a Wednesday, but we've been doing this work has been going on for all week since Monday and Tuesday. These technical teams from the countries that I've just mentioned, together with the partners of this project, met and during different working sessions to validate the data of their digital certificates for COVID-19 safely, both in terms of the issuing as well as in the verification of those certificates under the standards of the European Union, besides several other IHE, IPS profiles that are recommended by World Health Organization, besides exploring the potential of emerging technologies with the support of the LACChain network. Today, we have different entities and organizations here present supporting this project, besides the authorities and the technical teams belonging to each one of these countries. Greetings and thanks to each one of them for being here today and for all the collaboration in order to achieve a real and significant benefit for the entire region. Even more so in times like these, such as a pandemic throughout the world and the huge challenges ahead of us. Let's hear a round of applause for all of you who have been working on this effort. Thank you very much.
Quiero dar la bienvenida a
Well, I'd like to welcome and I'd like to thank Alexander Recabarren, whom I'd like to invite to the stand, who is the advisor of the Ministry of Health of Chile, and to deliver a few opening remarks. Alexander, please, the floor is yours.
Hola.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Veronica, for introducing me. As she said, my name is Alex Recabarren. I'm a family doctor. I have the pleasure of being an advisor in the cabinet of Dr. Fernando Arauz in the Ministry of Health. I had the chance of taking part at the beginning of this activity on Monday. I said first, I apologized for being the host, but at the same time, coming in the last minute in an activity that has been going on for quite a while. But today I am convinced that collaboration is key to make progress in these topics and others. And maybe if we have the chance as a country in some areas to have or to show some greater degree, not being part of these instances, at least personally, I believe would be selfish, I would say. So if we are able to collaborate with the rest of Latin America, I would like to say that this is a commitment. Chile will join and will collaborate and will not have this attitude of not participating of activities like this. Today, this is the first step with good results from the countries to start to connect and to share not sensitive data, but epidemiologically important data in order to guarantee that people who are moving in our countries do have their vaccination schemes up to date so that they can be safe in the countries they're visiting. Today it's about vaccines, and today is COVID, but tomorrow it's going to be COVID, vaccination associated to national plans, communicable, non-communicable diseases or medications that may be using, and whenever they may need a health intervention, a very specific one in the context of a vital risk, for example, maybe visiting a different country, and you can be in that situation. So this time, I would like to highlight this opportunity of showing to ourselves that we can do it, that we can do it if we collaborate, if we cooperate, and we help other countries that may need some more help, some more support, but also looking at those who are not participating. Yesterday, we had Raxel Assembly. Raxel is under the umbrella of PAHO, but it was only 8 of us, 8 countries out of all the countries in our hemisphere. So really, we must have a clear idea that we need to be joined by more countries in Latin America and the Caribbean in these initiatives, not only because we believe that they may not be ahead of us, but we also need the collaboration of anyone to make progress in this. So I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to thank for this invitation to be part and to have the chance of being host of this event. The team is really happy for having joined you, and really next time we'll be glad to visit any other countries, and we'll be glad to join those initiatives as well. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Alexander.
Thank you, Alexander. And thereby we're opening the event. And next, I'd like to invite Jennifer Nelson. She is a representative of IDB, who would like to also deliver a few opening remarks. Jennifer, please, the floor is yours.
Hola, muy buenos días.
Good morning, everyone. Since our manager is attending the State of the Union message, we have a video. But before starting with the video, we'd like to especially thank our strategic partners in the region for all this work and the co-organizers of this event. Marcelo Agostino, if you come up to the stage.
Y luego entregamos también
And Derek and the WHO team as well, we'd like to deliver also this memento for this support. Thank you so much, Marcelo.
Bien.
Okay.
Recién.
Jennifer introduced Marcelo D'Agostino, and please do not go far because I need to introduce you now. I'd like to welcome Marcelo D'Agostino, Chief Advisor on Information and Digital Health Office of PAHO. Let's hear a round of applause to listen to Marcelo.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Well, thank you so much. I've just pulled this mask down because and I have to say that I'm very excited. Thank you, Jenny. And for me, it's an honor to be here. I'm also speaking here on behalf of our director, who is here with us, Sebastián Garcia. You saw him on Monday during the opening session, and also on behalf of a team that has made this possible. And I'm not going to start naming people because I run the risk of forgetting some important names. So what I wanted to do now was simply to share and to highlight something that Jenny has asked me to say, and that is mentioning the key partners. After a 5-year relationship, they're actually more than just partners. There's quite a close relationship, which has been close, which has been key in doing all of this. I would also like to say that this event is very important for us. All of this event, all of these activities within the digital transformation roadmap that was approved by all the health ministers in the continent in October last year in the steering committee at PAHO. For those of you who are not aware of this steering council is a situation where all of the ministers get together once a year and they establish the priorities and what they commit to in terms of work for the following year. Last year, we had some strategies, for example, health coverage, the fight against chronic diseases, but last year, one of the policies that was approved as a strategy for the continent was having a roadmap for digital transformation in the healthcare center, where we have reinforced working on connectivity, bandwidth as the new drivers in health, also inclusive digital health, interoperability, human rights, information security, and also the renewal of an e-health architecture where precisely the vaccination or digital certificates belong. And that's precisely why we're here today. We're already working with PAHO with digital certificates for birth, also death, digital certificates, in order to improve all of the world of statistics. So I wanted to once again say thank you to the hosting country for their welcoming, for all of the courtesies, but for all of the authorization that they have given us. This is the first face-to-face meeting that we have had, and it implies many complexities because of the healthcare situation. So we are very happy. The government of Chile and also the government of the United States, whose funding has made it all possible that we can be here, that we were able to fund basically all of these meetings. So with this, I would like to say goodbye. I will bring this to a closing, and I want to congratulate you all. Now, like any multi-country project, there are some there are differences in terms of the progress, but the goal is that we can all move forward towards the digital certification, and in the case of COVID-19 also, as was said by a colleague here, following the interoperability standards. And in our case, we're also very happy, and I would like to particularly thank Derek from WHO, who is in another global event right now. But for us, it's very important because this is all based on technical guidance that has been defined by the World Health Organization. So that's all on my end. Thank you so much, and I wish you the best of success.
Gracias, Marcelo.
Thank you, Marcelo. Jennifer, could you please come up once again, because we forgot something that was actually very important. I would like you to introduce the next person. It's very important, and you'll be able to learn what it's about. I want to thank you, but I'm sorry, because I got a little bit excited. I just wanted to thank you on behalf of the bank. As I said, our representative did want to be here. It was here Monday, but unfortunately, since we have the State of the Union today, she's there right now. But we are lucky enough to have her on video. So, Maria Florencia will address you all through a short video pre-recorded. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being a part of this important LACPass event, the first regional connectathon for health between countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. First of all, I would like to particularly thank the Ministry of Health of Chile, represented by Mr. Alexander Recabarren, who is an advisor to the Ministry of Health, for hosting the event. Mr. Richard Glent, also in charge of business from the Embassy of the United States to Chile, and his team. Jerry Monetti, also a head of development and a collaborator to WHO, and Sebastian Garcia from PAHO. These are our partners in the region and co-sponsors of this event. I would also like to thank the authorities of all the countries who have traveled to celebrate this moment with us. Latin America and the Caribbean faces the worst socioeconomic crisis in the 63 few years. But from our institution, we see an opportunity that can have transforming effect, the adoption of a new pathway for the reactivation of the productive sector in our countries. This region has suffered because of the pandemic and has become a leader in deaths due to COVID, to becoming a leader in vaccination. Over 70% of the population has been vaccinated, and this is a momentum that can help us to build better health systems and to make the system more modern through digital transformation. And the pandemic, more than ever, has shown how connected we are as people and as countries. Having quality data that are secure and that are prompt can help us to save lives. The pandemic also goes to show how interconnected health can also improve the continuity of healthcare service, and it has shown us the challenges that we need to overcome so that everybody can actually be connected. And precisely due to this, the Vision 2025 of the IDB Group has several areas for providing support for the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. That includes integrating the network and the strengthening of the value chain, also SMEs, digital health, prioritization also of gender-related topics. So it's a whole portfolio of having a portfolio of e-health data is a key, and it's a core element as part of our agenda. And to achieve that goal, we have to have a holistic approach, thinking about how to improve processes, investing in technology, and training our staff. I want to thank all the countries here present. And in these last 2 days, we know that you've gone through an interoperability marathon. Monday and Tuesday, the race began, but the teams have been training for months, developing an important muscle, which has allowed them to test and to learn things that had never been achieved before, setting the conditions that safely validate the digital credentials for COVID-19. And what we have learned is not only for the context of COVID-19, but it's actually the foundation for the future, considering future vaccinations, epidemiological data, and continuity of health. I want to congratulate you for your courage, for your innovation, and generosity in sharing your knowledge. Lastly, I would like to leave you with one of my favorite quotes from the last publication of The Great Opportunity of Latin America and the Caribbean, and it's from John Homershaw, who said that the future is not the place we're heading towards, but it's the place we are creating. And journeys do not cross each other. Basically, they are made, and the application of it is both for those who are walking the pathway and for the destination we'll get to. Thank you so much.
Bien, ahí estaban las palabras.
Okay, so these were the words from Maria Florencia Atademo here, who is the General Manager of the Southern Cone and representative in Chile of the IDB. Let us move ahead then with our activity. I would like to invite now Derek Munin, who is the Unit Head Capacity Building and Collaboration World Health Organization from WHO. I've just been told that he's not here. He's not going to be coming. We'll leave him pending in case he comes later on. Unfortunately, we don't have him with us today, but we do have our next presenter to tell us a little bit more about why we are here today and what is the meaning of this LACPass project and this Conectathon, the work that has been done so far. And I would like to invite Stefan Hartl to come forward, who is the National Director for the National Healthcare Information System, SENS, who will give us more details and who will also give us something of a surprise. Thank you so much, Veronica. I need a clicker, please, and the laser pointer, and I need to correct that because I'm not the director of SENS. I'm the chair of the academic committee. I was the founding director, but this has changed. So what I have prepared for today is the following. Let me go straight to the point. I want to tell you how it feels to be the organizer of this event that we're celebrating here today. I am extremely excited and also happy that this has taken place. I actually cannot believe it that we've been able to bring together so many countries and ministries in this place right here, right now. I wanted to emphasize that I cannot be any happier than I am today. So you have seen part of these, but there are some people that have joining us today from the very first time, and some of them are seeing us through the Zoom. So you know that BPR is the Spanish acronym for the Regional Public Good, which is aligned with the IDB, PAHO, and WHO. SENS is the executing entity. I'm here representing the entity executing this, and we collaborate with Raxel, with HL7 International, and also PAHO, who has already given you their welcoming words. The participating countries, Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Salvador, Paraguay, Peru, Suriname, and Uruguay. You can see if those flags are in the right order or not. Well, here we are. It's the first regional Connectathon. There has never been a Connectathon with so many participants from so many Latin American countries. The objective of this project has been seen in the last couple of days, but we want to strengthen then the capacities of the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean to face the COVID-19 effects, promoting digital transformation in health. All of these is an objective that we're all committed to. We have 3 components and we are closing the very first one today. Higher levels of interoperability for the exchange of clinical data. We are celebrating a process of standardization of the digital vaccination certificate for Latin American and the Caribbean. And I've got a tick there because that will be closed today. And I'm sure that Jenny will call us so that we can start working on the components number 2 and 3 as of Friday. The exchange of data for the epidemiological surveillance in public health nationally and regionally, and also creating guidelines for the sustainable development of telehealth. We know that this is a large interoperability project, but it basically relies on people, not on technology. And well, we know that we have several products that are going to be the outcome of this, and this is the governance. I wanted to share this with you because I like the way that this has been organized. I want to emphasize here on the left that the countries are the ones that are actually leading this. We put the energy, we put our willingness, but it is the countries that are leading this. So the countries that are participating have a voice, and they are telling us what we need to do now and in the future. That's extremely important. The same thing in Rexel. It is the countries that are leading this. You can use us in order to help you improve and to make a collaboration in digitization. We are here since the executing entity with the IDB supervision. We've been learning some of the IDB language so that we can be on the same page, and we've got HL7, LACChain, and PAHO, and all of the people, all of the companies that we have hired, IHE, Genexus, Create, and CREAB. I want to thank you all because you have given us a tremendous support in making this event a reality. I want to briefly introduce SENS. We do have a mission which is very similar to some of the missions that we have seen in the previous days. We want to contribute in promoting and the adoption of ICTs in the health-related topics, promoting collaborative development and the development of human capital, which is very important because universities are the ones that are leading SENS, making the ecosystem and innovation more dynamic in order to improve the health of people. And that's what we have seen in PAHO and WHO. They basically, it's the same kind of philosophy that we all have. So we are a core for technological innovation center. We are funded with public funds, mostly. We are a private corporation, a non-for-profit. We have accounting that is audited on several fronts to make sure that nothing is lost. And we are used to working like that because we work like that on science when we have national, international research projects. So that we can be very happy about, and we do have agreements with the public sector, and also it's a multi-sectorial collaboration. The importance of having multiple stakeholders from multiple sectors, which allows us to grow. This is beginning now, but it does have quite a journey still to go. We have 5 years, so we're still a baby. 5 years, that's basically a lot of room for growth. And we have, well, several areas. Human capital. And we started with the previous public goods. Sandra Gutierrez, who is with us today, is leading the human capital area in sense with the interaction with many other competency models in digital health. We have been using the bottom-up approach. And there are many people that are here who have collaborated in putting this together. We have undertaken important efforts in order to have these model, these domains, subdomains, job profiles that we are inserting in the ecosystem so that we can really start closing this huge human capital gap that we know exists. For us as a university, it is also a reality. We're only just injecting digital health and digital knowledge for the new generations, especially the ones that are working in health, because they are the ones that are actually going to break the ice. It is the new generations that require more competencies in order to contribute to the qualification framework in the countries, the framework that we do not have. So I would say that we're halfway there, but we still have a long way to go. And this is the goal. This is the shared dream.
¿A dónde tengo que apuntar? ¿O me ayudan a quizás próxima? Ha funcionado tan bien. Bueno, capital humano sigue siendo importante.
Okay, there we go. Innovation. Sorry, I skipped a couple of slides. Interoperability, that's the next one. Sonia Espinosa, who is the leader in interoperability. We put the HL7 Chile chapter with the help of HL7 International, thanks to Walter, and we placed our bet on FHIR. Our network has been working a lot on FHIR and other standards as well as terminologies. We have advisory, we do training, and we're also helping in collaborating with Colombia, who is here present on the FHIR-related topics. We believe that we can help them and give them a hand on this. We also work on pharma and technological services, but I think that the input has been FHIR. Next one then. The next topic is quality. Eric Rojas, a PhD from the Católica University, has put a lot of emphasis on quality. And this is these seals, these certifications, which present a hallmark when it comes to certifications of telemedicine and clinical electronic records, as well as an institutional certificate, because this wasn't well established in Chile. So we have been using the best practices. We're updated with the international literature, and we have adapted this to our reality, and we have been making ongoing progress. We also try to have some white papers that have been published in the context of this new data-based culture. You all know exactly what I'm talking about. It is the culture that we need to create based on data, based on governance, so that it's well adapted to us. And last but not least, if I can go on to the next one. Help me out, please. Here we go. Alejandra Garcia, she is the lead in innovation and entrepreneurship. Also, she works with public goods, and we are promoting here innovation, and we put it into practice. And we know that in the public healthcare services, we have to include digital innovation. And Alejandra can turn this very dry topic into something that's actually fun. And it's somehow she manages to make these things work well with the partners and creating this culture that is open towards innovation. And it's not easy, but it can be done. I've only got a couple of minutes, so if you can help me with the next slide, please. I've got only one more to go.
O cómo apretan. ¿No me podrían asistir como decir next?
Next, please. Can you please give me the next slide? There we go. I know that it looks very busy.
Una demasiado. Tengo que volver una.
Sorry, I do need to go back one slide. There we go.
Eso es Alejandra, innovación. Ya la conozco. Aquí. No, intermedio. Ahí. Yo no estoy tocando nada. Yeah,
Okay, this is my memory. This is before Sense. This is HIMSS 2015. There were many actors in the ecosystem who were already thinking about digital health, how to put it together in the best possible way. We invited this young master in medical IT, Simona Hickman, who said something like, "Welcome to the future." And with that, she helped us to take off, because we said, this is the way to go, let us invest in fire. And apparently it was a good call. Then we had Charles Parisot, who was representing IHE. That was a tremendous journey that they have had in the United States and in Europe. And it was quite a big fit for us back then. And it was very expensive. Sure, IHE did look good, but it was a bit of unambitious for us, and we're doing much better now. Here we have Pablo, who said, "Welcome to the National Electronic Clinical Record from Uruguay," and he was able to put a Conectathon that set a landmark in Latin America, because he was able to put a good balance between the different efforts, the different powers that be, and it ended up being wonderful. Together with Mauricio Matolia, we went there and we said, this is the way to go when it comes to exchanging and collaboration. 1 year later, here in Chile, we had the interoperable medical account, the first Conectatón, so as to speak, and we even had the president giving us the welcoming words. We were highly honored, and this also turned out to be a very good event. And here in the center, we have Carlos, who is now the leader of this event for the SENS and IDB. So that worked very well. And in 2017 was the next one. Next slide, please. Okay. In 2018, and I was recalling it because we've had so many events, we invited the cream of the crop from FIRE regionally and internationally. You can see Graham there, Graham Grieve from Australia, and James from Canada. And he said that I'm so happy because he was talking about fire. And that was an important milestone too for us to start developing and adopting these standards and technologies. And he was very happy there because he was showing how fire had grown both in Chile and Colombia and in the rest of Latin America. In 2019, we have continued with this, but we have included datathons. But we've been more on data science against large events. In Colombia, we're going to have another one of these events. And here we are in the digital area after 2D Tech Connects. We've been working on via Zoom, and now we're finally face-to-face here. And if I can go then to the next slide. Next slide. No, that's not it. For these Conectathon. And I didn't want to talk about the results because Carlos is going to do this, but at the end of the day, And I hope that I have set the road for this. And I hope that I've been giving you the context for you to better understand that the SENS is the executing entity and how happy we are that this event has taken place. Thank you very much. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much. And now we do have an additional acknowledgement. And I have to ask someone to come forward. Who is it? Walter. Walter from HL7. We're going to give him a small token of appreciation. And I have the honor of giving it to him.
Otorgar el premio, pasar el premio con un gran agradecimiento.
Yeah, of course it is always. You're always present, you're always there, you're always supporting us and the way we need it. So thank you so much, Walter, for your support. Thank you. It is an honor for me to be part of this event. As you have said, I am the outgoing president of HL7. I'm from Colombia, but I've been living in Washington for several years. I am also the VP of HINS America. So it was really an honor to see Chile organize our HIMSS, and now it's going to take place in Colombia. The second version of HIMSS will take place in July or June, I don't know. So it is an honor, as I said, for HL7 once again from HIMSS. We will be giving you our support in this very important work you're doing. Thank you. Thank you again. Thank you, Walter. No, that was just a recognition for Walter. Thank you. Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Stefan, who shared with us.
Bien, vamos a ir a nuestra siguiente.
Well, let's go to our next activity to get a vision and some context of what is being done in other regions of the world in terms of interoperability in digital healthcare. We have 3 speakers who will tell us their experience, and we will learn from it. And next, I'd like to invite our first speaker of the day, Aisha Hassan. She is the Chief of Global Digital Health of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, of the Office of the National Coordinator for Health Information Technology, who will virtually deliver a presentation on the Global Digital Health Partnership and the challenges of this network for the coming years. Good morning, Aisha. You have the floor to this Conectatón LACPass from Santiago, Chile. Good morning.
Aisha, ¿nos escucha?
Can you hear us, Aisha? Can you hear us?
Por favor, recuerda activar el micrófono.
Please turn on your microphone so we can hear you. Please, we can see you, but we cannot hear you. No, lamento. ¿Debo partir? It's perfect. We can hear you. We can hear you and we can see you. We're listening to you. And please go ahead.
I'll take that. Go ahead and get started.
Bueno, me imagino que eso implica que puedo partir. ¿Pueden ver mi pantalla? No sé si se ve lo que estoy proyectando. Avísenme si hay algún problema. Bien, voy a partir. Soy Aisha Hassan. Soy parte del esfuerzo de salud digital global como parte de la oficina de servicios. Hemos desarrollado esta estrategia global de salud digital para nuestra agencia. Para quienes no conocen al coordinador, tenemos nuestra visión, nuestra misión en nuestros.
But essentially what we do at ONC is we advance digital health on the domestic side through a variety of different ways, really advancing the patient engagement piece, the reducing administrative burden on providers, and much more. And within that entire context, we have a global initiative, which I'll speak a little bit more about. But ONC also works on the federal level, as I mentioned, the domestic level with the American public, and also with our states. As most folks will know, we are comprised of states, so we don't have one national health healthcare infrastructure. So as I referenced, our global health IT work spans the entire gamut of anything from speaking engagements such as this to multilateral, bilateral meetings. We work very closely with a lot of the multinational organizations. So when you think of the WHO, OECD, we work with IDB. So it really spans the entire multinational organization spectrum. And we also have a few memorandums of understanding that we work on, as well as we have the Global Digital Health Partnership, which we call the GDHP, which I'll get into momentarily. So as I mentioned, we participate within the Global Digital Health Partnership. So we call it the GDHP. Now the GDHP was established in 2018, really to advance global health IT amongst GDHP members. And so members include nations, so we have countries and territories, as well as international organizations. And everybody gets together through a variety of different means, which I'll quickly touch on, to really just think through how we can work on collaborative efforts to solve some really tough obstacles or issues within the digital health spectrum. And we do that through 5 different work streams. So I have them up on the screen, but they're interoperability, policy environments, clinical consumer engagement, evidence and evaluation, and cybersecurity. So each of these work streams has their own deliverables, and they work towards advancing the projects in their areas so that the work that they're doing will benefit GDHP members both within their nations as well as overall globally. And so the United States of America, represented by ONC, is currently the chair, and we are searching for a vice chair at this time. And this just shows the membership of the GDHP. So as I mentioned, this comprises of nations. So we have 33 different countries and territories, and then we have 3 international organizations. And so what I wanted to point out is there are quite a bit of overlap with some of the members who are in person today at LACPass. So very exciting that you are part of it. And I will just mention that if your country or territory flag is not up here, please do feel free to reach out to me. We'd love to talk with you about getting your nation involved within our GDHP efforts. I think that we are only as strong as the diverse community that we have. And what's really important about the GDHP that I feel you can't really get elsewhere within other organizations is it's comprised of senior executives within the government. So you can have these ad hoc government to government conversations about sharing best practices. You know, maybe your nation is going through something with the digital health spectrum that you really want to talk with another nation who has already implemented it so that you can learn from what they did, perhaps implement some of their best practices, or there's a challenge in the digital health world that you and you know, 5 to 10 other members are experiencing, and you get together and you try to solve that problem. So that ad hoc government to government leadership relationship is really key in what we do within the GDHP. This is a very busy slide, but essentially I wanted to just pop up the different work streams that I mentioned, as well as their initiatives that they're working on. All of the 5 work streams pulled together white papers within 2019, and these white papers highlighted the landscape within each of the work streams. So what does, you know, for example, what do policy environments, what does that look like for our GDHP membership? And so that was the first series of white papers. Then in 2020, we followed up with a second series of white papers, which built upon the first series on highlighting the landscape. And then we talked about what are potential focus areas and projects that the GDHP workstream could do that would be beneficial to GDHP members on the domestic side, as well as overall internationally. So we have some of the projects up here just for your reference, and I will dive deeper into the GDHP interoperability workstream. So as I mentioned before, interoperability workstream is one of the 5 GDHP workstreams. Right now, the US is chairing it, so led by ONC, and our co-chair is Canada. and that is led by Canada Health InfoWay. So I put up some of the projects that we've been working on within the workstream. As I mentioned, we have the first and second white paper. So for interoperability, what we did with the first white paper in 2019 was get a lay of the land. What are GDHP members doing within interoperability, and how is that working? And then in 2020, we developed a white paper where we talked about leveraging what we found in the first white paper, talking about what are members doing with interoperability right now? What are the obstacles, barriers to interoperability? What has been working with interoperability? What are potential projects that we can work on together? So from that, we pulled together 3 different projects. So we have the Global Observatory of eHealth Standards, which we call the GOES. And essentially, the GOES is a repository of health data centers that the nations within GDHP are using. And, so we can learn from each other on what other members are using, what health data standards, where there's overlap, where there's potential synergy to work together. The Global Interoperability Indicator is another tool that we've been working on with HIMSS, where essentially GDHP members, as well as non-GDHP members, can take an assessment and be able to identify where they are in the interoperability spectrum, and be able to see and receive some feedback on how they can advance higher in the interoperability spectrum. And the third project is the International Patient Summary, which I will talk about momentarily, but the IPS, which has been a really key project for us. So the IPS, I'm sure many folks in the audience today are very familiar with it. Essentially, the IPS is a minimal and non-exhaustive clinical data set where, if I was visiting Brazil and I needed urgent or emergent care, I could carry with me a set of health data that's personalized to me, so that when I go to the emergency room in Brazil, I can present that to whoever is taking care of me so that they can provide more personalized care for me versus just taking me as a blank slate and just treating me with what they see. So it's really important that we have this, that we continue to foster the IPS. And up on the screen right now is the FHIR implementation guide, the IG. So that just includes the sections that are within the IPS. So again, if I presented in an emergency department within Brazil, these would be the items, the clinical data that would come with me, so that my provider would be able to say, okay, you've had this allergy, or you have this intolerance to a medication. Let's make sure that we maybe put you on a different medication where you won't have inflammation or inflammatory response. And so again, the IPS, I won't go into much detail because I know I'm time limited here, but essentially it's been around for a while. For a couple of years now, and what we see as the biggest benefit within the GDHP, within the interoperability workstream, is it really highlights the use case of interoperability for us. When we talk about, we want everybody within the GDHP and even beyond the GDHP to be able to be connected. So we really believe in the patient's data flowing with them wherever they are, so that whenever they need it, they have complete and easy, safe and secure access to their data. So that's something where we really believe in that, and we are working really hard within the GDHP to advance that. We have, similar to how you're having the Conectathon, we have a few mini Conectathons so far. We're having another one later this month, and we're really focusing on the piloting aspect for the members. And so on the screen right now, I won't go through it, but we have members within the GDHP who are part of it. And some of the work that I was mentioning that we've done so far is identify use cases, figure out the common terms, and really what we're hear from different nations, and very honored to be joined by Alistair and Jürgen today who are also part of GDHP and very active within the GDHP interoperability workstream. So we've heard from their nations on what are the local infrastructures that they have within New Zealand and Austria, and how is IPS aligned. And we're hearing from other nations too. And this really helps us as we advance the IPS work to make sure that what we're pushing forward aligns with the GDHP members. And our biggest push right now, again, is just piloting. So we're piloting test data, seeing how that's going. If there's opportunities for modification, we're moving forward with that. But the biggest thing is to test and see how it's going so that we know when we go live, eventually and hopefully soon, that patients' data will flow with them wherever they are. So I'll stop there. I know I'm at time, but I will, I guess I will pass it over to the moderator, unless anyone has questions.
Aisha, ¿me escuchas?
Okay, Aisha, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Aisha?
Sorry, what was that?
Sí, ¿puedes continuar con tu presentación? Es que
I'm
tenemos...
sorry, I don't have an English translation, but I'm down
you have
unless
many
anyone has any
slides?
questions.
Do you have
No,
many
I went
slides?
through them.
Are you okay?
I went through them.
Okay,
Yes, I went through
perfect.
them. I kept it brief because I know I had 10 minutes, so I wanted to stay within the 10 minutes.
Perfecto. Bien. Thank you so much, Aisha. Muchas gracias por tu presentación. Le damos un
Por tu
aplauso.
presentación.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Perfecto. Me dicen que, por favor, les comunique a los
Luis, I've been asked to tell you that the people from the digital certificates can go back to your rooms. That's already available. If you need to go back to your rooms, you can do that now.
Bien.
Very well then. After this presentation then from Aisha from the United States, the head of the Global Digital Health, I would like to ask you to pay attention to the next presentations. These are two messages that come from Peru and Ecuador authorities that have participated in this project and who would like to address you with some kind words in the videos that we're going to be sharing with you.
El beneficio de contar con un proyecto como LACPass es permitirnos establecer la estandarización de un certificado de vacunación digital para Latinoamérica y el Caribe, que hará posible que todas las personas de nuestra región puedan portar un documento de vacunación digital válido tanto en los países participantes como en los países de la Unión Europea. Esto sin duda abrirá nuevas oportunidades para la salud, aprovechando el potencial de tecnologías emergentes para el intercambio de información clínica de forma oportuna y segura cada vez que las personas y los usuarios de salud las necesiten. Asimismo, compartir nuestro conocimiento y experiencia que puedan ser de utilidad al resto de países en beneficio de los usuarios de salud.
El beneficio de ser parte de un proyecto como LACPass es contar con un documento de vacunación digital válido en Latinoamérica y el Caribe, el cual pueda ser verificado con mecanismos de alta seguridad, fomentando la interoperabilidad entre países mediante estándares de salud. Esto permitirá abrir la puerta para que posteriormente el certificado sea homologado en los países de todo el mundo.
Bien. Ahí estaban entonces los mensajes.
These were the messages from Peru and from Ecuador. And also we have Colombia and Paraguay, who with videos have also
Uno de los principales retos que tienen los sistemas de salud, como se demostró en la pandemia por COVID-19, es la integración de la información y adopción de las tecnologías digitales en el sector de la salud. ya sea desde la gestión y prestación de los servicios individuales a cada ciudadano, así como las acciones colectivas de salud pública, y en la toma de decisiones relacionadas con modelos de atención y sostenibilidad financiera de los sistemas. Como país, Colombia ha emprendido la definición e implementación de una hoja de ruta para la salud digital, siendo la interoperabilidad de la información la piedra angular del proceso de transformación digital, desde donde se podrá avanzar hacia otros usos de la salud digital, como es la analítica de datos y mejorar servicios tan importantes como la telesalud, la telemedicina. Por tanto, vemos con optimismo esta Conectatón LACPass, pues será un marco de referencia en el sector de la salud en Latinoamérica y en el Caribe, donde se demostrarán las condiciones técnicas habilitantes en la región para el intercambio de información clínica de forma oportuna y segura.
El beneficio más importante para el Ministerio de Salud es poder conectar de forma segura y verificable la información sobre vacunación individual de los residentes de los países de la región en un sistema uniforme e interoperable que facilite los viajes dentro de la región, entregando a las autoridades sanitarias y migratorias información veraz, oportuna y segura sobre el estado de vacunación de los pasajeros que se encuentren entrando o transitando. Este tipo de iniciativa ayuda a estandarizar procesos y mejorar la calidad de la información a los efectos de prevenir el envío de mensajes inexactos sobre el estado de vacunación sobre los ciudadanos que visitan o transitan nuestro país. Para nosotros significa oportunidad, colaboración y aprendizaje con todos los países integrantes de la región para que nuestra institución avance en una transformación digital en salud más equitativa.
Bien, le agradecemos también a
So
Colombia
we
y
want to
Paraguay.
thank them, Colombia and Paraguay.
Aquí aplauden con entusiasmo. Muy bien. Quiero dejar a continuación
I would
la
like now
bienvenida
to
habitual a
welcome
nuestro segundo
our
speaker de la
next
jornada. Se
speaker
trata de
today.
Alistair
It is
Kenworthy. Él
Alistair
es el
Kenworthy, who is the Chief Standard Advisor to the New Zealand Ministry of Health. We can see him on the screen. He's already connected. Alistair will talk to us about his experience and challenges in implementing the International Patient Summary, IPS, in New Zealand, a wonderful experience that he wants to share with us. Good morning, Alistair. Welcome from Santiago de Chile.
Kia ora, g'day, as we say in New Zealand. Buenos dias to today's hosts, honoured guests,
La bienvenida a nuestra
fellow presenters and all the digital health pioneers attending this fantastic event, Latin America's and the Caribbean's first regional Conectathon. So special thanks to Pablo and to Fernando, and I loved hearing from you, Aisha. I'm thrilled to be invited to tell you a little bit about health interoperability in my home country, New Zealand. My apologies for not joining you in person. Overseas travel is only just restarting for our public service. But to look on the bright side, my virtual presence is saving 1 whole ton of CO2 in the atmosphere, which we can all share in. So I'm speaking to you from Wellington, the capital city of New Zealand, in the middle of the night, somewhere to the left of Antarctica, as you see it here. So your region and mine are not so far distant in many ways, and we have plenty in common. For instance, we have a great love of sport. We have involvement in international forums like OECD and the Digital Nations and the Global Digital Health Partnership that Aisha told us about. And we also share a narrow geography, which folded down the middle by a mountain range, and in your case, none so awesome as the Andes. So let's take a closer look at New Zealand. In 2022, we're rebooting our health system. We're rebooting our health system to make it more efficient, more effective, more excellent, and above all, more equitable. Health inequity has its origins in the different waves of migration that populated our shores in New Zealand. It was only 800 years ago that voyagers from the Pacific Ocean became the first inhabitants of Aotearoa, New Zealand, our indigenous people, the Maori. When Europeans arrived some centuries later, a treaty was signed with Maori that promised the tribes fair treatment and self-determination. But Maori today in New Zealand are not as well served by others by our health system, and have lower life expectancy by a full 7 years. We're proud of public health initiatives like Smoke-Free Aotearoa 2025 that puts a generational full stop on smoking, and this is one change that's underway. To lift health equity more generally, however, and to achieve all the other E goals that I've just mentioned and introduce new digitally enabled models of care, we're replacing our 20 autonomous district health boards with a unified New Zealand Health Service, which would look a little bit the same as the National Health Service in the UK. So to address this challenge, HISO, our National Health Information Standards Committee, has published an interoperability roadmap that looks out 5 years to describe the changes we are making. We're indebted to the United States and the ONC and to Australia and the Australian Digital Health Agency for the idea of the roadmap in the first place. So our roadmap has 4 interwoven themes, which are about identifying the actors, surfacing the data, using the same languages, and enabling joined up services. So allow me to talk you through each of these. The roadmap's first theme is about identifying the actors in the health system. The health workers, the organisations, the facilities and the services, and of course, at the centre, a suitably identified patient or consumer. We're lucky that for many years we've had a National Health Index number for all citizens, residents, and even visitors who receive public health care. If you have visited New Zealand and been to a doctor, you have probably got a National Health Index number. We have a National Health Provider Index number too. So these numbers give us a good head start, and not every country has these things. Coronavirus propelled us to link for the first time a person's national health identifier with a verified phone number and email address to make it possible to do things like book COVID vaccinations online, download vaccination certificates and passes, and upload home test results. So with this simple but very powerful link in place, we can now digitally enable and digitally augment other health services that we're providing at national level. The roadmap's second theme is about opening siloed systems and surfacing the very valuable data that otherwise could not be shared from these systems. In New Zealand, most people have some access to the medical record held by their family doctor, but we also have national and regional systems of record for immunisations, for prescribed medicines, and for laboratory results. So these are very valuable information sources, and we're attaching FHIR APIs to these sources to surface the contents for easy and secure access. So we see APIs as akin to cycleways that avoid the congestion that tends to occur around legacy systems and provide alternative routes. Using the same languages as the roadmap's next theme, we're rolling out our chosen terminology and code set standards to ensure the best data quality and interoperability SNOMED CT is our principal standard for clinical terminology, making actionable data part of the patient's every touch with the health system, enabling clinical decision support using the highest quality data. SNOMED is an extensible system, and we've added to our New Zealand release of SNOMED patient-friendly terms in 2 languages, New Zealand English and our other national language, Te Reo Maori. And we've also added local New Zealand content. We are using checklists to make it easy for suppliers to understand the requirements around SNOMED and to receive a star rating for their products in terms of those requirements. Our overall aim with the roadmap is to foster joined up health services and pathways. Our National Digital Health Program is called HERA, which is not an acronym, but actually a Maori word meaning widespread and important. So the goal with HERA is to deliver a marketplace of APIs, health apps and services, and we're doing our best to ensure the program lives up to its name. As a last comment on the roadmap, I would add that we always need to recognise a consumer's right, a patient's right to free and ready access to their own health information. And we look with admiration at the goals behind Blue Button and at any endeavours that put patient information in the patient's hands. We don't want to see it behind a paywall. So besides FHIR and SNOMED, the other standard that's essential to our interoperability efforts is the International Patient Summary. And Aisha touched on this. The IPS gives shape to core personal health information, supporting continuity of care, patient access, and data portability between platforms. We don't want consumers locked into one platform if they'd rather use another. The Global Digital Health Partnership is doing a fantastic job of driving efforts by its members to implement the IPS. In New Zealand, we're developing our own adaptation of the IPS under the working title of NZ IPS. We have a versatile specification that reflects our cultural and service priorities and other standards choices. NZ IPS will be used for both domestic and cross-border purposes. In a way, we're putting the I into IPS. It's about the individual, it's about their family and their whānau. To make life easier for implementers, we're backing the NZ IPS and our other standards with a selection of digital products and tools. Besides our national HISO health information standards, we have the SNOMED CT New Zealand edition and its authoring platform, the New Zealand Universal List of Medicines, the New Zealand Fire Registry, and both commercial and free and open source terminology service solutions. Our national standards effort rests on a network of international ties. We enjoy membership of the Global Digital Health Partnership and SNOMED International, as well as the World Health Organization. We very much admire the Joint Initiative Council's work to create harmony between the different standards development organizations. And to have a say on international standards such as IPS, we have in the past year become a participating member of ISO TC 215. And generally, we see this sort of participation in these international forums as being part of the global rules-based order that New Zealand fully subscribes to. So, gracias. Thank you again for letting me share a little bit about New Zealand's steps towards a more joined up health system through interoperability and standards.
Muchas gracias, Alastair. Quiero saber, ¿me puedes escuchar bien? Tenemos una pregunta para usted. Dice lo siguiente.
Says the following. What are the most important lessons learned in New Zealand on the implementation of IPS, International Patient Summary, in the health systems? What can you tell?
¿Está la traducción? Alastair, can you hear me? Can you listen to me?
Alastair, can you hear me?
Translation, and I heard that question, which was about what are the most important lessons learned from the implementation of the IPS. What I'm learning is what we're learning is that we need to listen to the local voices who have views about what a patient summary should be, which is not completely aligned to the international standards, whether it be the ISO standard or the HL7 implementation guide reflecting it. And I think we need to be accommodating of those local views. So for instance, in New Zealand, there is a strong cultural preference to include information about family support of an individual. So it's not just about the individual, it's about the individual and their family. And we have different priorities in terms of the data blocks that are included in the IPS. So we're a participant in version 2 of the IPS through ISO, and we have a voice through that. And I think national implementations of the IPS can include some of these extra things without it creating any harm. So there are domestic uses and then there are cross-border uses, and it may be that nationally you have 2 different versions of the IPS. So that's where we're landing.
Muchísimas gracias.
Okay, thank you so much, Alastair, then for sharing with us your knowledge and your expertise from New Zealand. So from far away Santiago de Chile, we send you a big round of applause and our gratitude for being with us in this activity. Thank you so very much. See you soon, Alastair. Very well then. So we go from New Zealand and we go with some additional greetings. We have 2 other countries that have wanted to participate in today's activity. So let us pay attention to the video from Suriname and from El Salvador. Please, video.
La pandemia ha provocado muchos retos, pero también ha generado muchas oportunidades. Una valiosa oportunidad es el avance de la transformación digital, lo que supone un enorme salto de calidad en el sector salud. Con la gestión del gobierno de El Salvador se han realizado grandes transformaciones en materia de salud digital, lo que ha permitido superar en gran manera muchos desafíos en salud. Hoy estamos a las puertas de una brillante actividad, la Conectatón, integrada en el proyecto LACPass, que está generando importante trabajo colaborativo, lo que tiene muchos beneficios. Cabe mencionar que las TIC juegan un papel muy importante para la toma de decisiones oportunas y basada en la evidencia. Nos llena de mucho orgullo participar en esta jornada y esperamos seguir contribuyendo como país a la integración y desarrollo de la transformación digital.
LACPass is beneficial for Suriname and the region, because now it is more apparent than ever that we all cherish the flexibility of cross-border travel and interaction. Recently, we have seen this much appreciated capability challenged by the global pandemic. In order to prevent isolation and continue the worldwide collaboration, we need to transform the health sector in ways that allow people to travel more freely. The Conectatón brings this vision of connected healthcare one step closer by helping the countries in the region connect and validate the interoperability of healthcare data.
Muy bien.
Round of applause for the authorities from Suriname and Salvador. I'd like to give the floor to our third speaker today, Jürgen Brennstetter. He's the deputy co-chair of the IHE Europe, who will deliver a presentation about the state of TDS in the European Union, the challenges ahead, and also the use of standards in a global context. Good morning, Jürgen. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Buenos dias. And by that, my Spanish-speaking part of my presentation ends. I had now 3 days to regret that I did not have Spanish in school. So I apologize for doing it in English. So thanks for this invitation to this wonderful country and to this wonderful event. And I try now to use my time to present on 2 topics. The one is the Austrian situation in health information exchange, and the other one is the European one. Oh, so, okay. This is, I start with Austria. My home country is a relatively small country, 8 million people, but we have a lot of hospitals, pharmacies, and physicians. So it's quite dense. The healthcare system is founded on 3 paying sources. It's the federation, the 9 provinces of Austria, and the Austrian social insurance. So those 3 are the funders of the healthcare in Austria. And those 3 are the creators of the Austrian Health Information Exchange platform called ELGA. We call it the Austrian e-health infrastructure. By the way, this was a key factor of success, that the 3 parties funding the healthcare system are also the owners of the health information exchange infrastructure. Believe me, this runs since 2008 and has survived 5 governments and a lot of political debates. And this was only possible because actually these 3 together realized in the final end that they are actually shooting on their own thing, one of them, for example. And that's how different, let's say, debates could have resolved. So one remarkable thing is perhaps that we have an all opt-out system, which means that everyone is in by default. With everyone, I mean every healthcare provider needs to connect and is already connected to the infrastructure. And also the Austrian citizens are in by default. They are part of the system. There are plenty of ways to opt out, but we have an actual opt-out rate of 3%. Which makes all of the applications running on top of it quite meaningful, to be honest, because the majority of the people are in. We are a traditional document-based health information exchange, so it's documents shared based on CDA. And we have a very, very comprehensive, some say too comprehensive, access control system. So these are the use cases. So we have the basic ones, patient identification, authentication, and the access control and logging system, which applies to all of the services running on top. And the first services which are now implemented on top of it are e-reports, e-medication, e-immunization. So e-reports is at the moment the sharing of discharge summary, imaging, and laboratory report. E-medication is the kind of medication list of the patients. It's some sort of shadow e-prescription system to get the data, but it's only for clinical purposes. And immunization is as the name says, the recording of the immunizations given to a citizen. And what I want to note here is that all of these applications are nationwide. So it's not scoped programs like mother-child or something. It's always applied on all citizens. This was, for example, very complex for immunization because there are so many entities applying vaccinations, school doctors, employers, and so on. Some may not have access to the other data in ELGA and so on. So this is all very tricky and required a lot of political and legal basis for it. Then future use cases are, of course, sharing more e-reports, but also having some, let's say, banal things like advanced directives, which are directly influencing and optimizing the workflows in the hospitals, for example, because it's a tremendous effort to collect if there is anyone, or not. And these things are part of our roadmap to get that done, to get more efficiency in our healthcare system. This is the architecture. You see, it's a federated system, but it, of course, has central components like the master patient index or the healthcare provider index, and of course the access management and audit system, which is like water around all of the system. So wherever you come from to it, attached to the infrastructure, you need to apply for a certificate and a token to access. This is relatively strict. For example, there is a technical check if a doctor has the right to access your data. So it's really comprehensive. And we have two sorts of data which are collected centralized, which is the e-medication data, so the medication data, and the e-immunization data. All other information stay where they are created in the different hospitals, in the different regions. This is all federated. There are ELGA areas which can be created basically by everyone if this entity holds to the specifications. We have at the moment, I think, 12 or 13. Some of them are established by provinces. Some of them are established by over-regional entities like the social insurance or some other private hospital trusts which are acting across the country. So this is relatively flexible and can be extended as needed and scaled. We also have a portal where the citizens have access to the data. And this works really good. It's combined with an e-government-based identification method of the citizens. It goes by phone, the typical thing, something which can be, let's say, burdened to a regular citizen. It's not too complicated. And the standards we are using are IEG. So the standards which are packaged by IEG. And this has saved us a lot of cost in the creation of this. Lastly, we added, of course, and implemented the European Digital COVID Certificate. As you know, it contains three types of data. The one are the vaccines, the other one are recoveries and test results, three different sorts of certificates. The vaccines naturally come out of our immunization database. So that was a perfect match because there was no extra system needed to be created. We just used the thing we already have to populate that into the set of data for the credential, because the credential, the certificate, is something different as the record, which records that I got this vaccine. It has other data elements in it. Recovery and test are basically lab results. And these lab results should have come out of the ELGA because, as you said earlier, it's laboratory results shared. Unfortunately, because of reasons which I cannot elaborate now, this has not happened. We needed to do a detour by our epidemiological reporting system, EMS, which was always in place for notifiable diseases, to use that system to populate that. But all in all, this is now our DCC, and it also goes on the app of every citizen. The other thing, which is not yet implemented, but it's already decided that it will be implemented, is a so-called national contact point of the My Health at EU system. This is now the connects and also my transition from Austria to the EU. So what is a national contact point? Well, on the European side, where Austria is part of the European Union, there is a service which is called My Health at EU. It was formerly called EHDSI, the eHealth Digital Service Infrastructure, which is describing it a bit better what it actually is, but they rebranded it to something more, let's say, popular. It was established since 2012, so quite a long way to go. And it's, the use cases are very simple. It's the cross-border exchange of patient summary and e-prescription. Sounds relatively simple. It is not. Because I was part of the first hours of EPSOS, that was the project where it started. And we had a situation where all the member states had no clue how to work together. They don't even know that they need to work together. So the main purpose of this endeavor was to teach the European member states, hey, an endeavor like this can only be accomplished together and with the will of, for compromise. So at the moment, this is all done. The specifications are ready. The patient summary is still the European patient summary. There is a transition path to the international patient summary. And there are also the future data design is defined what it will be. It's discharge summary, lab report, radio report, and images, and patient summary for rare diseases. This is currently worked up in a project called Cross eHealth. I have the link later. Very interesting. I mentioned it already. This is a project, and this is kind of originates from an understanding the Europeans had on the basis of this long journey to come to My Health at EU, which is, we could actually work together to work something like a laboratory report out, because that's kind of easier, and we have all of the knowledge of the different member states on one table. I mean, it's not all of them, but there are, in this project there are about 8 to 10 out of the 27. But what we see in this project is that the member states come with their real requirements of their real laboratories in the real processes of in their countries, to bring it on the table, to define finally the interoperability specifications for that thing. And it shall be for two purposes. The first one is to move over to the EHDSI group to be established in the next years as additional services on My Health at EU, but it shall also provide a template for the member states themselves if they do not yet have, for example, an electronic laboratory order and reporting system, to implement that, to easier implement that. And believe it or not, but even also in Europe, there are very few countries at the stage that they have actually an electronic laboratory report and ordering. So we're dreaming of AI and whatever, but we actually are lacking the sole primary care electronic processes. So this is unfortunately the reality. So this is how it works in a, let's say, a very simplistic form, but you see, we have a national contact point on both ends. So the country of care is, if, for example, I go to, let's say, Germany, and I get a treatment there. And then this is the country of care. And the country of affiliation, in my case, is Austria. So if I go to the doctor there, I show my identity, which we fortunately have in Europe. There is a European-wide identity for European citizens, thankfully, because this is a prerequisite for everything, believe me. And I go to the doctor, and the doctor authenticates against its own national contact point and sends a request for data, for example, for an e-prescription or for a patient summary to the other Austrian national contact point. And this one retrieves it from their internal health information exchanges and sends it back. But it's not that easy. So, because the original doc, I mean, this is a bad example. Let's say I go to Italy. It's Italian language, other terminologies. So my document is in German language, because in Austria we speak German. So the original document goes to the national contact point, and it will be translated into a pivot language. It's English, and with translation, I mean not a narrative text translation, it's not possible, but there's a code translation in two ways. So first, the code of Austria, for example, for a diagnosis, will be translated to the agreed code system in Europe in terms of the code itself and the, let's say, natural description of the code. This is the pivot document. This one will be transferred to the other contact point, or I say France, I'm in France, sorry. And there it will be translated back into the French code and with the French description of the code. And this is quite sophisticated. There are a lot of things to, to consider. You see here a list of the pivot terminologies which were selected for the European set. So it's ATC for substances, EDQM, HS7 code sets for different sorts, LOINC, UCUM, ICD-10, and SNOMED-CT, and IDMP for medications. So you see there is a lot of issues here. These translations are tricky. Also the authentication is tricky. You need a lot of prerequisites. If you take that and want to implement it here in Latin America, you will face a lot of problems in the first step. So this might help you. This was a pre-work of the European Union in order to finally understand what levels of interoperability are actually there. Where do we need to work in order to let that happen? And you see it's pretty many. It's legal, organizational, semantic, technical. And to install something like that, you need to work on all of those levels. For example, legal, there is a EU regulation, and this must be translated in laws of the member states, and so on. Participation, terminologies, and the EHDSI infrastructure technical. So in the GDHP, for example, and Alistair and Aisha have already mentioned that there's IPS a big topic. There was a thought of how can we make that perhaps a little bit easier, and this is the idea. So what if we take the patient as a data carrier and just install in the country something which exports the data into some kind of IPS, and on the phone, I don't know, this person goes into the other country and shows it to the other doctor, or maybe there's an import or export function or whatever. But this relieves you from a lot of things, because you actually have only to agree on this level, on the semantics, multilateral, because all of the other things need to be performed in the country itself. It's only their business, and there are not very lengthy processes in order to get an alignment and harmonization among the member states. However, this first approach is of course more comprehensive, because the lower one is easier, but it's only unidirectional. The other one is bidirectional, and the point is that Europe went this more complex route because they want to establish something like a European health data space. This was first announced last September. Now the first proposal for such a concept is out. It's now at the member states to make comments. It needs to pass the European Parliament, so it's a long way to go still, but it's on the table. And it's a pretty good thing from my perspective, because it brings more, let's say, pressure on the member states to actually implement that, what I just said. Because the current incentive was, here you have money, please implement. But if you don't, you don't. And Austria, for example, hasn't. We just implemented now. But with this, there comes a regulation in place which really kind of forces the European member states to install these things and to, install also the other services which are established. And this will make that, bring that really to life. And another part is, which is under debate, but it's actually, it makes sense. It's for primary, but also for secondary use of health data. And, critics of this system say, yeah, the cross-border exchange of health data is just a fraction of the health information exchange which is going on in total. So the majority is in a country and not cross-border. But this is not the same when it comes to secondary use. There is actually reverse, because if you want to use health data for scientific purposes and science and developing vaccines, then you would like to have as much data as possible. Doesn't matter where it comes from in Europe. So actually to have this cross-border exchange enabled is very useful, especially for secondary use. This is my last slide with a couple of links for your offline viewing if you want. And by that, I'm at the end. And muchas gracias.
Setzen Sie bitte die Kopfhörer. Wir haben eine Frage. Ich werde das auf Spanisch lesen und Sie werden das auf Englisch hören. Okay?
Ja.
Vielen Dank. Bien, le vamos a hacer una pregunta.
Okay, so we're going to ask Jürgen a question. I will ask it in Spanish, but he will listen through the English. So the question, Jürgen, is how far or how close is the European Union for the real, actual exchange of IPS? And how feasible is it for the European Union to open the IPS homologation as it did with the DCC, the Digital COVID Certificate, for other countries outside of the region?
Okay, thank you. Oops. Yeah, unfortunately, I must say that Europe is unfortunately not as far as we would like to be. The problem is that this My Health Edu very much lives of the fact that you have a fully operational health information exchange in your member state. And this is the problem, because also in the European countries, this is not given. The example of Austria, where we really have a national health information exchange for some certain documents, at least, and for e-medication and immunization, is actually an exception. In Germany, they are at the beginning, and this is a real big country. And in other countries, for example, Czech Republic, they have some services, but laboratory, they just start right now. And this is the same situation in many of the European countries. So I think this European health data space is a needed tool to finally kind of get that going in the member states, also with some funding attached. And to your question of the IPS, so first, we are not exchanging IPS, we are changing the European PS at the moment. So there first need to be an update. It will technically not be so difficult, but project-wise it's difficult because it's a large area which this has to be updated and rolled out. If the current European certificate doesn't include any data which is in the IPS, this was clearly removed because of the GDPR, which has a constraint in it that the data must be minimized. So they striked out all of the clinical data we had in it when we started. So if that is opened up to other countries, I have no clue, to be honest. If there is an IPS exchange at the moment, it's just between the member states. If they open it up to foreign states, it's in the stars. Gracias.
Bien, un aplauso para Jürgen
Okay,
Brasch.
big round of applause then for Jürgen Brasch. Brandstätter, the Deputy Co-Chair of IAG Europe, who has shared his presentation with us. Let us go now to a coffee break. It's a little bit cold, and we will regulate the temperature a little bit. Don't you worry about that. It'll be 15 minutes. It is 12 past 11, so before 11:30, we should be starting again punctually, please. Right before 10:30, then we can continue with the rest of the Conectathon, please. Thank you so much.
I shot the sheriff, and they say it is a capital offense. Oh, all around in my hometown, try to track me down. They say they want to bring me in guilty for the killing of a deputy, for the killing of a deputy now. I shot the sheriff, oh Lord, but I swear it was in self-defense. Oh, I shot the sheriff, but I swear it was in self-defense. Oh, yeah. Sheriff John Brown always hated me for what I don't know. Every time I plant a seed, he said kill it before it grows. He said kill them before they grow. And I say, if I am guilty, I will pay. I shot the sheriff, but I didn't shoot no deputy. Oh. Freedom came my way one day, and I started out of town. All of a sudden I saw Sheriff John Brown aiming to shoot me down. He was aiming to shoot me down. And I say, if I am guilty, I would pay. I shot the sheriff, but I didn't shoot no deputy. Oh no, I shot the sheriff, but I didn't shoot the deputy.
Was all we could do. We were young and we knew in our eyes we're alive. Deep inside we knew our love was true. For a while we paid no mind to the past. We knew love would last every night. Something right would invite us to begin the day. Something happened along the way. What used to be happy was sad. Something happened along was strong for so long. Never knew that what was wrong, oh baby, wasn't right. We tried to find what we had, till sadness was all we shared. We were scared this affair will lead our love into. Something happened along the way. What used to be happy was sad. Something happened along the way, and yesterday was all we had. Oh, after the love is gone, how could you leave me on and not let me stay around? Oh, oh, oh. After the love is gone, what used to be right is wrong. Can love that's lost be found? Oh, 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 oh. After the love is gone, how could you leave me on and not let me stay around? Whoa, whoa, whoa. After the love is gone, can a love that's lost be found? After the love has
Desde que te vi supe que era pa' mí. Dile a tus amigas que andamos ready. Esto lo seguimos en el after party. ¿Cómo te llamas, baby? Desde que te vi supe que era pa' mí. Dile a tus amigas que andamos ready. Esto lo seguimos en el after party. Con calma, yo quiero ver cómo ella lo menea. Mueve ese pum pum girl. Es una asesina cuando baila, quiere que todo el mundo la vea. I like it pum pum girl. Con calma, yo quiero ver cómo ella lo menea. Mueve ese pum pum girl. Tiene adrenalina, pega la pista, vente, hazme lo que sea. I like it pum pum girl. Ya vi que estás solita, acompáñame. La noche es de nosotros, tú lo sabes. Qué ganas me dan, dan, dan de guayarte, mami. Ese ram, pam, pam, yeah. Esa criminal como lo mueve es un delito. Tengo que arrestarte porque empiezo y no me quito. Tienes criminality, pero te doy fatality. Vívete la película flotando en mi gravity. Pone la regla, tienes que obedecer. Mami no tiene pausa, ¿qué es lo que vas a hacer? Échale, échale, échale para atrás. Échale, échale para adelante y para atrás. Con calma, yo quiero ver cómo ella lo menea. Mueve ese pum pum girl. Es una asesina cuando baila, quiere que todo el mundo la vea. I like it pum pum girl. Con calma, yo quiero ver cómo ella lo menea. Mueve ese pum pum girl. Tiene adrenalina, medio la pista, vente, hazme lo que sea. I like it pum pum girl. Tú tienes candela y yo tengo la vela. Llama al 911, se está quemando la suela, me daña cuando la faldita esa me la modela. Mami, estás enferma, pero tu show no lo cancela. Te llaman a ti, la reina del party. Muchas andan tienes ese party. Tírate un paso, no lo pares. Oh, dale, dale. Somos dos bandidos entre la rumba y romance. Zúmbale, DJ, y otra vez pa' que dance. Échale, échale, échale para atrás. Échale, échale para adelante y para atrás. Con calma, yo quiero ver cómo ella lo menea. Mueve ese pum pum girl. Es una asesina cuando baila, quiere que todo el mundo la vea. I like it pum pum girl. Con calma, yo quiero ver cómo ella lo menea. Mueve ese pum pum girl. Tiene adrenalina, medio la pista, vente, hazme lo que sea. I like it pum pum girl. Yo quiero ver cómo ella lo menea. Mueve ese pum pum girl. Es una asesina cuando baila, quiere que todo el mundo la vea. I like it pum pum girl. Con calma, you know say that there is no me and no man. I like it pum pum girl. Take them on and say that there is no me stop a girl out there. I love you pum pum girl.
and all the clubs you get in using my name. You think you broke my heart, oh girl, for goodness sake. You think I'm crying on my own, well I ain't. And you should be something I don't wanna hold back. Maybe you should know that my mama don't like you and she likes everyone. And I never like to admit that I was wrong. And I've been so caught up in my job, didn't see what's going on. But now I know I'm better sleeping on my own. 'Cause if you like the way you look that much, oh baby, you should go and love yourself. And if you think that I'm still holding on to something, you should go and love yourself. And when you told me that you hated my friends, the only problem was with you and not them. And every time you told me my opinion was wrong and tried to make me forget where I came from. And I didn't want to write a song, 'cause I didn't want anyone thinking I still care. I don't, but you still hit my phone up. And maybe I've been moving on, and I think you should be something I don't want to hold back. Maybe you should know that my mama don't like you and she likes everyone. And I never like to admit that I was wrong. And I've been so caught up in my job, didn't see what's going on. But now I know I'm better sleeping on my own. 'Cause if you like the way you look that much, oh baby, you should go and love yourself. And if you think that I'm still holding on to something, you should go and love yourself. For all the times that you made me feel small, I fell in love, now I feel nothing at all. I've never felt so low when I was vulnerable. Was I a fool to let you break down my walls? 'Cause if you like the way you look that much, oh baby, you should go and love yourself. And if you think that I'm still holding on to something, you should go and love yourself.
Dear, I fear we're facing a problem. You love me no longer, I know, and maybe there is nothing that I can do to make you do. Mama tells me I shouldn't bother, that I ought to stick to another man, a man that surely deserves me, but I think you do. So I cry and I pray and I beg. Love me, say that you love me. Fool me, go on and fool me. Love me, pretend that you love me. Leave me, just say that you need me. So I cry and I beg for you to love me, say that you love me. Leave me, just say that you need me. I can't care about anything but you. Lately I have desperately pondered, spent my nights awake and I wondered what I could have done in another way to make you stay. Reason will not lead to resolution. I will end up lost in confusion. I don't care if you really care, as long as you don't go. So I cry and I pray and I beg. Love me, say that you love me. Fool me, go on and fool me. Love me, pretend that you love me. Leave me, just say that you need me. So I cry and I beg for you to love me, say that you love me. Leave me, just say that you need me. I can't care about anything but you. Love me, say that you love me. Fool me, go on and fool me. Love me, I know that you need me. I can't care about anything but you. You and me, we used to be together, every day together, always. I really feel I'm losing my best friend. I can't believe this could be the end. It looks as though you're letting go, and if it's real, well, I don't want to know. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking, and I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Our memories, they can be inviting, but some are altogether mine, frightening. And as we die, both you and I, with my head in my hands and sit and cry. Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking, and I don't need your reasons. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. It's all ending, I gotta stop pretending who we are, who we are. You and me, I can see you sighing. Are we? Don't speak, I know just what you're saying, so please stop explaining. Don't tell me 'cause it hurts. Don't speak, I know just what you're thinking, and I don't need your reason.
miro y se me corta la respiración. Cuando tú me miras se me sube el corazón. Me palpita lento el corazón. Y en silencio tu mirada dice 1000 palabras. La noche en la que te suplico que no salga el sol. Bailando, 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 bailando. Tu cuerpo y el mío llenando el vacío, subiendo y bajando. Subiendo y bajando. Bailando, bailando, bailando. Ese fuego por dentro me va enloqueciendo, me va saturando. Con tu física y tu química, también tu anatomía, la cerveza y el tequila y tu boca con la mía. Ya no puedo más, ya no puedo más, ya no puedo más, ya no puedo más. Con esta melodía, tu color, tu fantasía, con tu filosofía, mi cabeza está vacía. Ya no puedo más, ya no puedo más, ya no puedo más, ya no puedo más. Yo quiero estar contigo, vivir contigo, bailar contigo y tener contigo una noche loca. Ay, besar tu boca. Yo quiero estar contigo, vivir contigo, bailar contigo, tener contigo una noche loca, con tremenda nota. Oh, 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 oh. Tú me miras y me llevas a otra dimensión. Tus latidos aceleran a mi corazón. Tus latidos aceleran a mi corazón. Qué ironía del destino no poder tocarte, abrazarte y sentir la magia de tu olor. Bailando, 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 bailando. Tu cuerpo y el mío llenando el vacío, subiendo y bajando. Subiendo y bajando. Ay, bailando, bailando, bailando. Ese fuego por dentro me va enloqueciendo, me va saturando. Con tu física y tu química, también tu anatomía, la cerveza y el tequila y tu boca con la mía. Ya no puedo más, ya no puedo más, ya no puedo más, ya no puedo más. Con esta melodía, tu color, tu fantasía, con tu filosofía, mi cabeza está vacía. Ya no puedo más, ya no puedo más, ay, ya no puedo más, ya no puedo más. Yo quiero estar contigo, vivir contigo, bailar contigo y tener contigo una noche loca. Ay, besar tu boca. Yo quiero estar contigo, vivir contigo, bailar contigo y tener contigo una noche loca, con tremenda nota. Oh, 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 bailando amor, bailando amor, es que se me va el dolor.
Do you remember the 21st night of September? Love was changing the minds of pretenders while chasing the clouds away. Our hearts were ringing in the key that our souls were singing as we danced in the night. Remember how the stars stole the night away. Badia, say, do you remember? Badia, dancing in September. Badia, never was a cloudy day. My thoughts are with you, holding hands with your heart to see you. Only blue talking love. Remember how we knew love was here to stay. Now December found the love that we shared in September. How can love remember the true love we shared today? Hey, Paria, say do you remember Paria, dancing in September? Paria, never was a clouded day. Say do you remember dancing in September? Golden rings were shining days. Do you remember the 21st night of September? Love was changing the minds of pretenders while chasing the clouds away, away. Our hearts were ringing in the key that our souls were singing as we danced in the night. Remember how the stars stole the night away. Say, do you remember dancing in September? Never was a clouded day. Say, do you remember dancing in September? Golden dreams were shining dancing in September. Sometimes I find another world inside my mind when I realize the crazy things we do. It makes me feel ashamed to be alive. It makes me wanna run away and hide. It's all about the money. It's all about the dum dum da da dee dum. I don't think it's funny to see us fade away. It's all about the money. It's all about the dum dum da da dee dum. And I think we got it all wrong anyway. We found strange ways of showing them how much we really care, when in fact we just don't seem to care at all. This pretty world is getting out of hand. So tell me how we fail to understand. It's all about the money. It's all about the dum dum da da dee dum. I don't think it's funny to see us fade away. It's all about the money. It's all about the dum dum da da dee dum. And I think we got it all wrong anyway. It's all about the money. It's all about the dum dum da da dee dum. I don't think it's funny to see us fade away. It's all about the money. It's all about the money. It's all about the dum dum da da dee dum. I don't think it's funny to see this fade away. It's all about the money. It's all about the dum dum da da dee dum. And I think we got it all wrong anyway. Anyway. I wanna love you and treat you right. I wanna love you every day and every night. We'll be together with a roof right over our hands. We'll share the shelter of my single bed. We'll share the same room here. Just provide the bread. Is this love? Is this love that I'm feeling? Is this love? Is this love that I'm feeling? I wanna know now.
Muy bien, retomamos nuestra actividad. Muchas gracias a todos. Esperamos que un buen café y algo delicioso para comer haya.
Nice bite have allowed you to charge your batteries again so that we can move forward with the last lap in this LACPass Conectatón, this pioneering event in the healthcare sector for Latin America and the Caribbean, which will demonstrate the possible technical solutions in the region for the exchange of clinical information that is done timely, securely in such important moments as we currently have with a pandemic that's affecting us and with other important episodes that are still to come. It is now the moment to understand in depth the effort that we're undertaking in Latin America and the Caribbean to better address complex situations in the public health sector. The case of a pandemic, how to make sure that all the countries in the world, regardless of their condition and location, can be integrated with the sole purpose of overcoming the hurdles and coordinating in order to improve the health of their citizens, thus creating a more resilient region with high levels of collaboration. So in order to achieve this goal, I would like to invite you all to attend the following panel discussion. You can see here that we already got the chairs here. This is a panel where we're going to have a conversation regarding the opportunities, but also the challenges on data and interconnectivity in digital health in the countries of our region. I would like to invite them to come up to the stage, four very important people. Constanza Maria Engativa Rodriguez. She is the head of the Information and Communication Office in the Ministry of Health and Social Protection from Colombia. Also, please, a big round of applause, because I did need to tell you also that Colombia, as of today, is the country that is leading Raxel. So, a big round of applause, warm applause, please. Second chair, please. I would also like to invite Dennis Pocasangre Quijada, who is the Director of Information and Communication Technologies from El Salvador. Thank you so much, Dennis. And I would also like to invite Dr. Ritesh Avinash Dampat, Deputy Director of the Health Ministry from Suriname. And I would also like to invite to act as the chair of this panel, the specialist in digital health solutions from the Social Protection and Health Division from the IDB, Jennifer Nelson. She will have then the honor of chairing this conversation. Thank you so much. Can you hear me well? Very well then. It is a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to have you here on stage. Thank you so much for being with us. It's not only these 3 days here face to face, but actually all of the previous months in the coordination and technical committees. So thank you so much for participating. So we have been listening throughout this morning the different possibilities for interoperability in other parts of the world. But now we want to better understand what's happening in our region, in Latin America, in terms of costs, opportunities, the challenges that we have and where we are heading. So I would like to start with the engineer, Dennis Pocasangre from El Salvador. First of all, thank you so much for participating in this panel. And I would really like to highlight the leadership of El Salvador in this project from day one. You have been the second country in the region to achieve the equivalence of your digital certificate with the European Union and the first country for LACPass. I would like to know then, from your perspective, why is this regional project so important for you as a country, and why did you decide to participate? Okay, first of all, good morning, everybody. My name is Dennis Pocasangre, Director of Information from the Ministry of Health in El Salvador. As you have said, the pandemic has given us some challenges, but we also like to see it as an opportunity. And we were given an opportunity for this digital transformation of all of our health systems. So as the ministry, then we have been working on this, on trying to respond to some of the needs from the population. When the initiative was presented by WHO and LACPass, we saw a tremendous opportunity, not only to work locally, but also how to leverage this from the regional and international perspective. And that's why on December the 2nd, we were able to achieve the homologation, the validation with the European Union. And now we are connected with all the region at the Raxel level with LACPass, with our digital certificate. So from here on, we can continue to enhance the exchange of information and mechanisms with technologies for the good of our people. Thank you so much and congratulations. One again, especially for being the first country in LACPass to achieve the equivalence. Let us now go to Dr. Ritesh Dampat from Suriname. And I would like to ask you, can you please tell us how you have made progress in your information systems on vaccinations, which is also a global public good using DHIS2, and also the progress that you have made with the international certificate. And tell us about the process, the learning process and the collaboration process in the public good, and what is the main learning after having participated in this regional connector?
So yes, thank you, Jenny. Yes, let me start by saying yes, in Suriname we do not have the, excuse me. Yes, in Suriname we have our only paper-based records. So it was for us a little bit of a challenge to accommodate our population because of the vaccines that now were being mandatory to have a QR code. So how do we do that? And all the vaccines should have been registered. So the medical team in Suriname and the technicians started to elaborate on which systems can be used. And at that time we had our COVID database. So the first option was, we are already working with the COVID database. Maybe we can just put a module in that for vaccination. But after it was almost complete, it seemed that it was not interoperable. So that was already one problem. So we then went back to the PAHO, and PAHO then it had already suggested the DHIS2 tool for us. So we decided to do develop that for the country. And then we started our development in that system, and it has now progressed. I think tomorrow and Friday, they will import the last chunk of data. So I think after the weekend, we can couple the LACPass also to that, so we can generate our own QR codes now. So I think that is one of the good things that we have. And yes, in that progress, Jenny also then asked if Suriname also wants to participate in the steering committee for the regional public good. And we just said, okay, yes, let's do it, because maybe as a region, as a collective, we can achieve more for the region, but also in regards to the global systems that there are in place, and also get the access to European Union and maybe also the US systems. So in that regards, we did participate in the LACPass, and I know that the collaboration was very good, especially in helping build the system, also for Suriname. And I know that the Surinamese, Roche and Praveen, they have very good experience. They have also told me that it was very good for them. So that is the journey to now.
Muchísimas gracias, Dr. Dampari. También yo creo que muy importante.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dampat. You have mentioned things that are really important, an important change, going from paper-based all the way to this point where we are interoperating and exchanging data at the regional level. Congratulations. In both countries, it is important also to highlight all the support that they have given us, especially the different countries, but in particular El Salvador and Suriname. Thank you so much for that. Great. Now, Constanza, the new chair of Raxel, and it's great that you're here with us. I would like to ask you, you are one of the two countries in this project that have decided to work with emerging technologies. This is something that was very interesting to learn how to have that in this project, having a safe place to learn and to innovate. So I would like you to tell us a little bit the process, the exploration process, and how have you stayed testing, and how are you updating these, and how can these kind of regional projects provide us support on emerging technologies? This process has been very important for Colombia, making the decision of using an emergent technology like blockchain, which is quite a dense topic in itself, because this was when we were given the physical vaccination certificate. We had international problems because this certificate was being forged. We had to then pick a technology that could not be intervened, that was safe, secure, and that could guarantee the rest of the countries that the certificates that we were issuing did have levels of reliability and confidentiality. So we had problems in Spain. In fact, they closed the borders for Colombians. Also, at some point in time, they talked about closing the borders with Ecuador. But we had an important partner, a financial partner and a technological partner, who in under 2 months allowed us to do the blockchain development of our digital vaccination certificate. Not only using this technology, but also integrating several of our most important databases on health and vaccination. We had a process, I'm sure that all countries know, we had a process of phased vaccinations based on the age range. So we had to have the priority databases with the vaccination priority databases, plus the new database that was being created for the vaccination digital certificate. And that's when we made that important decision. And I think it's an important landmark. And we do need to acknowledge that we, by ourselves, would not have been able to do it as a state. It is important to have strategic partners, as we are here, basically working as a team, not even trying to work as a team. That's what we're doing here, working as a real team. Because together we're going to get there. In most of the speeches, the final message, whether it be with quotes, closing remarks, or conclusions, is that together will get there farther. And it's not to get there faster, it's to get farther. And I think that's an important message, Jennifer. And you did say that we are exploring other tools and emerging technologies. Right now, we are working in the interoperability of the clinical history. Colombia is quite a large country, over 52 million inhabitants in our country, yet the database of Colombian patients includes more than 60 million people that are having access to the healthcare services in Colombia. That is to say, not only Colombians, but also the migrants that are going to the system. And therefore, this imposes important sacrifices that we must start making decisions also then, in the sense that any technology that we are using currently has got to be able to be used in the coming years too. And this digital transformation can only take place if you make good decisions. Those good decisions are, among many others, regulations, procedures, everything within the way that the system internally works. But one of them is technology. So we're using a technology, we're looking at artificial intelligence in order to validate the quality of the data that we have. And we continue working with blockchain, of course, for our Colombian IPS. And because, rather, that number of people that are having access to the health service leads us or takes us to certain challenges. It's not only about identifying them, having their contact information, their next of kin, their basic vital data, their blood type, but we're also exploring other things like what are the social determinants in health at an individual level for IPS, which has meant that there's a large number of information that's being processed for a large number of people that we have to guarantee security, confidentiality, storage, access, speed. So we're going to continue working in order to insert these emerging technologies in the system. Thank you. No, thank you. That's all very important because this allows us to see how the opportunities that we have. First, learning as a region. The important thing here is that we are here, if we have here different countries, different sizes, different languages, different geographical locations in the continent, yet we have common goals, common challenges, but also common opportunities. And I'm sure that many of the comments that Constanza has just made on opportunities, testing new things and learning together, but also exploring interoperability, not only now, not only challenges for vaccination. I'm hearing interoperability in all of the social context. Very interesting presentation. Thank you. I would like to go back to have this discussion on what you see right now in order to achieve or to overcome. What are the biggest barriers that you have? What are the biggest barriers that you have in order to obtain interoperability within your country, but also between countries? And I would also like to hear some of your ideas on what are the opportunities that interoperability will open up for our service providers and for our population. Then we will start with El Salvador. Barriers, interoperability, opportunities. Although it's true in the different countries we can have different barriers. I mean, we all have our own barriers, but technology enables us to do different types of exchange to face different scenarios. And also knowing that countries have their own situation, we can still exchange data with the different protocols. Each of the different members and different organizations can exchange information according to the different areas and scopes that we're working with. We're talking about, for example, vaccination digital certificate right now, but in the future, it'll be the medical history, medical records of the people. Excuse me.
A veces es importante también los breaks técnicos biológicos, ¿no? Así que, perfecto. Y muy duro. Quiero también apoyar a todos los esfuerzos a hablar con la maestra.
Yes, and it's also very difficult to talk with our mask on. That's one of the new challenges that we have to face.
No se preocupe.
Okay, you know what? Del, we'll come back to you. We'll come back to you. Let's go to Dr. Ritesh Dampat. Can you tell us what are some of the barriers that you can see internally, but also between countries for the interoperability, and also some opportunities that you can see for your service providers and for the population in Suriname? Sí, gracias. A ver, las barreras que nosotros vemos.
Knowledge, some isolation issues, but actually that when we can get the collaboration with, for example, Excel and other partners that we have here, get some training and yes, trainees and stuff, I think then we can bridge those gaps. And opportunities are now that we can, interoperable, the possibilities to interoperate with the other partners, other countries. I think that the barriers there that were to, yes, I don't know if we can interoperate now. We know that it is possible. It is only an effort that you have to make now to do that possible. So I think those are the opportunities. And also within the country, I know that Praveen mentioned that, for example, the blockchain is one of the things that maybe we can use as one of the infrastructures to start our digital health, but also for other electronic systems that we can have in the country. So I know there's a lot that we can do. Thank you.
No, muchísimas gracias, doctor. Yo creo que estas oportunidades, ir explorando, aprendiendo.
Sure, this is one of the opportunities, learning. We all want to move in that same direction. And what you have said, also promoting a human capital, having the development of further capabilities in the region, that's very important. That's the first step, really. And now we know that technically we can interoperate. So we need to move forward for these things in the future. We need to start somewhere. So this is great. So congratulations. Constanza, maybe you can go, and then we'll go back to Dennis. Well, I just wanted to talk about the opportunities first. I think that one of the big opportunities that we currently have, not only in Colombia, but in Latin America and the Caribbean, is the cooperation that we have established. The possibility for that the IDB and the PAHO have given us, SENS also, Raxel, in order to guarantee a standardization of several of the decisions that we have had to make as a country in order to guarantee the implementation of the interoperability of medical records. That's first. Colombia is quite a diverse country, given the size, given the cultural diversity, technological diversity, the gaps that we have. So we have very different levels among the 40,000 different service providers that we have to interconnect. And that means that we've got public and private service providers. And obviously the private sector has certain levels of technology use that is an opportunity. And obviously we're taking advantage of that. But we do have also territories with the interoperability projects that are quite advanced. Cundinamarca, the Cauca Valle, and Bogota, where we have a larger population density. These territories And this means that the task is not necessarily easier, but it's at least faster in moving forward within this process. Another opportunity is that this is the moment. Marcelo has said that 2 decades ago, we said that it's the moment, 1 decade ago also, and now again, it is the moment, because I think that there's a collective awareness about e-health, the importance of having consolidated information of the medical records of each patient in Colombia, and this turns it into an opportunity. Barriers, well, I would say that somewhere half in between is the whole regulatory framework, which can be, as was said yesterday at the conference, a barrier or an opportunity at the same time, depending on how we look at it. And I believe that the regulatory framework has got to have a work not only within each of the countries, but it has got to be mandatory in the cooperation agenda for Rexel, because we need to make joint decisions. We need to have standardized decisions in this regulatory framework so that in the near future or in the short term, we can actually get to full interoperability in Latin America and the Caribbean. Barriers, I think diversity in itself is a barrier too.
Thank you. Great thoughts. And now it is the time where we can feel this energy, this momentum that you have created as leading countries in this project. Okay, Dennis, what do you think? Although you mentioned the barriers that you can find. In many countries, you can find regulatory barriers, but those can be also an opportunity to change them. More enabling regulations. Today, technology is absolutely enabling, and there are different means, there are different scenarios of opportunity where we can execute different projects, collaborative regional projects. So using a space like this, that's where we can strengthen the services and skills that each one of the members can provide to our citizens. So I think more than anything, barrier is an opportunity, which is what we are experiencing in El Salvador today. Several goals before, because we heard that digital transformation would take 10 years or more. But we started and we haven't stopped, and we are going through this very quickly because we know the goals we want to achieve. And that is the invitation to all member states that we should put the same effort, the same time into it in order to achieve this common goal, which is common well-being. Thank you, Dennis. We're very close to the end. It's a very important moment. I don't know whether there is any final thoughts, because we're closing phase 1 very soon to start phase 2. So is there any final thought that you would like to share? Any idea to see how would you like to continue with phase 2? Let's start with you, Constanza. Well, phase 2 is key of this regional public good. Phase 1, although this is the end of it because we checked that first goal, this LACPass or this Conectatón is not the end of the cycle. It's not an end in itself, but it's an even more open door. It's an early win, so to speak, to that ultimate goal, which is to guarantee electronic health care for Latin America and the Caribbean. And that early win, so to speak, can be done. It's telling us that we can standardize. And now this is a public healthcare issue, epidemiological surveillance issue that we need to structure. But most of all, to enable those technologies that are available to everyone. Sometimes we say, well, technological solutions with emerging technology could be expensive, but it's not the case. I believe the cost benefit that we can offer our community, our citizens, our patients in each one of our countries is quite low compared to the benefit that they can get to guarantee the improvement of that healthcare service, from the decision-making process, the evidence-based decision-making, using consolidated information, the possibility of providing feedback with data analytics, sound data about what we are doing in terms of clinical charts, interoperability, and why not to think about a epidemiological profile for Latin America and the Caribbean using all the data that we're collecting, each one of us. The second step, or the second stage for the regional public good, I believe, is a major milestone that is part of the history of healthcare for the entire region. Thank you, Constanza. Doctor. Sí, también creo que para la siguiente fase hay algunas cosas que quizá podríamos lograr mayor interoperabilidad, así pensando en frío. Por ejemplo, algún tipo de aplicación para vacunación, alguna verificación de esos certificados o certificados de nacimiento, son cosas que uno puede verificar rápidamente. Pero quizá también registros de pacientes, que los sistemas estén de acuerdo, que alguien de un país viaje a otro país y que puedan tomar sus registros médicos con ellos y presentarlos en otro país para ver todas aquellas cosas que le han ocurrido, porque cuando el paciente no tiene conocimiento de lo que...
Or maybe the language is different, it will bring up some problems for them. So maybe that is also an idea to move forward. And for example, for Suriname, it's now very, very important to have our digital health system. So yes.
Muchísimas gracias, Dr. Lampad.
Thank you very much, Doctor. As we have heard, today we are taking a significant step forward, which is this Conectatón. Now the countries are officially integrated and connected. That is great. It's an important milestone because this is work that has been going on for months and months, in which with different technologies we've assessed the different standards that were going to be used. So first of all, I believe what we have done so far, that is the foundation for many more challenges ahead. What could be the different use cases that we can apply this to with the technology we have today? We are applying blockchain technologies, or if we are applying digital signatures. So there's a myriad of things that we can do with these same technologies that are used today already. The experience of each one of the countries is very interesting to know as well, that one way or another we have used in order to respond to the requirements of the patients and the citizens. So what's important in this is how adding or consolidating the contribution of all the different members can be a good objective for all the countries and for Latin America and the Caribbean.
Muchísimas gracias. Bueno, primero.
First, thank you. Thank you so much to our panelists, but also to the other countries that have been working very hard to get to this stage. And I'd like to thank you on behalf of the bank. It's been a pleasure to be part of this project and to learn from you. My hope and my commitment is also to do transformative things, but we need to do it in collaboration. Thank you so much to the three of you. We will continue to support all of you to get out of this crisis with excellence and to build new bridges to transformative health. Congratulations again. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all your generosity with your knowledge, and let's keep on going. Big round of applause for our panelists.
Bien, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Constanza, Dennis, Jennifer, especially for
conversación. Ya les contaba yo.
I was telling you this morning that this is not an individual session. This is work that has been going on for quite a while, and specifically this week, since Monday. Several things have happened. Maybe you haven't had the chance to see them all. There's been lots of information exchange, and for those of you who have missed part of it, we prepared a summary video with all these days of fraternity and collaboration and that we would like to introduce with this audiovisual piece, which is a summary of work between Monday and Tuesday, because I know and I'm sure that there will be so much more that will be for you to remember. This is a summary from Monday and Tuesday.
Bueno, quizás muchos de ustedes
maybe you've seen yourselves, and I'm going to get ahead of myself. We're going to take a picture, group picture with delegations of the country, so get ready for that. Now, I'd like to leave you with, to check the tests results. I'd like to invite Carlos Núñez. He is the Deputy Technology and Project Director of the Center for Health Information Systems in Chile, CENS. And please a round of applause for Carlos. Good morning. It's an honor to be here. Well, let's get started with the presentation of the results of this technical session, which is the end of the first phase of the Regional Public Good or LACPass project, which was already explained with these 9 countries, of course. It's sponsored by IDB, aligned with WHO and PAHO, executed by CENS with also it's a participation of HL7, PAHO, and Raxel. LACPass, what is its intent? This public good is to close gaps through the generation of networks, through networking cooperation, which has been key for this public good. Really, the results that I'm going to show today to a large extent are thanks to that cooperation, so it is thanks to you. And of course, the synergy that has been built throughout these months and this co-construction. Everything we've achieved and all the work ahead of us as part of this joint construction effort that we have done throughout the entire region. Okay, how do we intend to bridge these gaps? Is by implementing these enablers, the regional public good is intended to build knowledge and also to exchange knowledge. Of course, to work on standards, interoperability, healthcare standards, and to execute concept tests, proofs of concept, demos, to give evidence that many things or many experiences that have been done by other countries as well seemed distant, and to show that this is possible, that they can be also executed efficiently, effectively, and safely. So this is how we got to this milestone of this first project phase, which is this LACPass Conectathon, of course, with some ups and downs. So with all the COVID-19 pandemic logic at first, of course, we knew that everything was going to be remote, but thanks to our strategic partners of PAHO, we were able to do this face-to-face. No, the understandable limitations. But here we are, and it's really a pleasure to see you face to face. We have discussed the whole ways about getting to know each other twice. We had met through a screen, and now see us again face to face is to meet again. Actually, it is you. This was a very peculiar phenomenon, but it's great to meet everybody again. For those of you who do not know what a Conectatón is, this Conectatón term means a connectivity marathon to test the interoperability of health information systems. In this specific case, in our case, this is connected with health information systems of the ministries of health of each one of the countries. That is the Conectathon. You've already seen it in the previous video clip. We had very intense technical sessions the first 2 days. First very stressful day. We used a lot of time in learning how to use the platforms that are provided to validate that our systems are actually able to interoperate correctly. Once again, I'd like to congratulate the technical teams because they did an incredible job. And let's get to the meat of this. What are the results of the region? And let's first I love the floor to Soliman Diam. Soliman Diam is connected from France. He's the technical leader of the IHE team, and they are in charge of the whole certification and validation platform. IHE is a non-for-profit institution that promotes interoperability standards for healthcare, and it is the first time we're able to formally work with IHE, of course, thanks to this project, to this regional public good. So I don't know if Suleiman, are you online? Can you hear me?
Yes, hello. Are you able to hear me?
Great, please, the audience is all yours.
Okay, thank you, Carlos. Hello, everyone. Suleiman Cham from IT Catalyst. Before I start publishing the results of the Projectathon, I would like to thank the monitors from Science and Raxel for their good job. Thank you also for the technical support team from IT Catalyst and Careval. So regarding the results of the Projectathon, during these 2 days, we have 83 tests executed in Gazelle. 68 of those tests are successfully verified by the monitors, and 7 tests are failed, and we have 8 tests that are not finished. So in terms of percentage, we have 83% of the tests are successfully done, 7% are failed, and 10% are not finished. So most of the tests that are failed comes generally probably from an interoperability issues. That's interoperability between one country and the other country from the LACPass area. So what are the next steps? The next step is of the Projectathon is to make the grading of the system. And in the grading of the system, we are going to give the details of the results for each country. For example, for each country, we are going to say the implementation of their digital COVID certificate is successfully done based on the results of the tests we have in Gazelle. Or we can say also their implementation of the digital COVID certificate is failed, or that implementation is at risk. So these are the kind of information we are going to provide for each country. So we are going to work on it during these 2 coming days. So probably at the end of this week, you will have the full results of this Projectathon. So probably Carlos will come back to you. Okay, so this is what I wanted to share regarding the results of the LACPass Projectathon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Suleiman. You can go back to the slides. Thank you. I'd like to join Soliman on the thankfulness for the technical teams that make this possible. These are our thermometers. I'm going to explain what each level means. I'd like to thank the Create team. They were the monitors during the technical sessions here in Chile. Of course, they've been supporting all countries throughout the entire project regarding the development and implementation of COVID-19 certificates implementation. We've been supported during all tests, with all the logistics and also the communications team that has been supporting us as well throughout the entire event. Four levels were defined related to four specific aspects, four different milestones related to the technical tests. The first one called enabling. This relates to the fact that countries are able to share their keys, that they can upload and download their keys from the rest, so we can share these signatures and this validation peer-to-peer. For this type of tests, the result was 100%. They were all able to do it. Congratulations.
A continuación, el segundo nivel.
The second level is issuance. That is to say, the countries adopted the standards, in this case defined by the EU GDCC for COVID certificates. And in this case, it reached 100%, all countries also, of being able to issue their certificates. And the third level is verification. That is to say that, in fact, certificates that were generated and uploaded onto the platforms are valid certificates. In this case, we also reach 100%. All certificates in the region are valid.
Y el último nivel.
And the last one I'm going to stop because I need to explain this. It has to do with validation, peer-to-peer validation. And here we were extremely demanding. And as you saw in Sullivan's chart, we had a deadline. There was a certain time window. So once that time expired, we did not allow anyone else to continue to do validation. So some tests could not be run, and that is what was shown in its percentage. We reached 82%. So what does it mean in simple terms? Just like there are some countries that have equivalents of their certificates with the EU, that they've gone through their formal approval with the EU. The rest of the countries, some of them that are in the process of onboarding and those who haven't started, they're all in a technical position to get the equivalence of their certificates. All in this project are already in that position. Of course, the administrative ins and outs depends on other aspects, but they're all at that level. So once again, congratulations, because this is the country's work. It is from you and for you. So it is a round of applause for yourselves. Really. Now, after this, what's next? What's next? Not gonna lie, because what's coming, it's complex. It is much more complex than what we've done so far. But as I said before, at the beginning of the presentation, there's such an interesting synergy which has been formalized thanks to Raxel's strengthening and the appointment of the chair, that undoubtedly we are going to achieve the objective of the second phase. The first phase of the project is ended, and the objective of the first phase is that at least 3 countries could get to the final objective. 8 of them achieved it. So once again, congratulations. Much of what we have seen today and the presentations of our keynote speakers will go on. Standards will be made more formal. We're going to start working with IPS, with International Patient Summary, which opens up a broad spectrum of data that we can use to interoperate across borders. We have broken down a barrier. We demonstrated that it is possible to do. So now we need to continue to work. And of course, I will be supporting along the way. So you'll see my face through Zoom, I guess, every Friday, every fortnight, and I will continue to see you as well. I'd like to close on the results presentation today with a thought, a philosophy that I love very much, which is Ubuntu. More technical people will recognize Ubuntu as a Linux distribution, which is an operating system today. Ubuntu also means this idea of humanity for others, the fact that you build your humanity in reciprocity to others. And when you think what is interoperability or how to achieve it, technical issues, one way or another, can be dealt with. Now, there's the other part, the more human part of agreeing, walking together and building together what is harder many times. And this public good, this LACPass project, and what we are doing here has been able to do away with those barriers of following the Ubuntu philosophy, and I believe we are on the right track to achieve all the objectives that we have set out. So congratulations and thank you very much for letting me part of this. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Well, thank you, Carlos, and very good news with these figures that are very promising and that you've just shared with us, the outcome of the test, of the technical test. Okay, so we have a very important moment. Apparently, you all seem to be very happy because it is about giving out the recognition for all the effort, for all the teamwork that has been done in these past few days. I would like to invite to come up to the stage the representative of the IDB, Patricia Jara. Please come up to the stage, and I will be calling the country delegations to come forward. Let us begin then with our host, the Chilean delegation. Could you please come up to the stage to receive your token of appreciation and recognition?
Vengan todos, no se preocupen. Sabemos hay espacio suficiente. Vengan todos los que quieran venir de Chile a ser parte de este reconocimiento que lo va a entregar Patricia.
And Patricia Jara will be then delivering this recognition, representative from the IDB.
Necesito que se pongan al centro, por favor.
We also need, please, can you group up in the middle of the stage so that we can get a picture?
En casa, vengan con confianza, no pasa nada.
Come forward, don't be shy.
Fotografía, suban. Ahí está perfecto. Y Patricia va a hacer entrega de este reconocimiento.
Okay, that's perfect. And then Patricia will give out these recognition so that you can have it in the pictures too.
Bien. Patricia, ¿quieres participar de la foto? Ponte en una esquina. Desordénese, desordénese. Perfecto, muchísimas gracias.
Okay, thank you so much. A round of applause for the Chilean delegation.
Patricia, quédate ahí. Quiero llamar ahora.
I would like to call, we did have some important representatives that have received a big round of applause. Colombia, please come forward.
Patricia también va a hacer la entrega de este reconocimiento a la delegación de...
Patricia will deliver this recognition too. And again, we're going to take a picture.
Para que quede registro de este momento. Miren, casi puras mujeres, hay solo un hombre, qué suerte.
Only one man, lots of women, surrounded by women.
Muchas gracias a Colombia. Ahí está la foto, sonrían. Muchísimas gracias. Muy bien, llamamos ahora a la delegación de Ecuador.
Now, please, the delegation from Ecuador, please.
Aquí, ¿quién va a recibir el reconocimiento? No se peleen. Aquí, muy bien. Bien, muchísimas gracias. Muchísimas gracias. Seguimos con esta premiación.
Let us continue then with this ceremony. It is now the turn of El Salvador. Please come forward.
Aquí tocó al revés.
And here we've only got men, no women in this delegation.
Conocimiento y puedan tomar la foto de rigor. Pueden sonreír, con la mascarilla no se nota la sonrisa, pero con los ojitos se puede notar que están felices. Muchísimas gracias.
We cannot see you smile because of the mask, but we can see it in your eyes.
Y muchas gracias también a Patricia Jara, la representante del BID, que hizo entrega de estos reconocimientos. Quiero llamar ahora.
I would like to call Mirna Martí, she's representative from PAHO, to give the recognition to the next country delegations. Please, Paraguay, come forward so that we can get your picture taken and receive this recognition.
¿Falta uno? Faltan dos. Que venga con ánimo nomás. Esperamos a los dos para la foto, para el reconocimiento.
Please, all of the members of the delegation come forward. Here we go. Excellent.
Buenísimo. ¿Están todos? ¿No falta nadie? ¿Está todo Paraguay? Buenísimo. Entonces ahí para la foto de rigor, por favor, allá al centro, hacemos entrega, por favor, Mirna, de este reconocimiento. Y un aplauso fuerte. Abrazo. Bien, muchísimas gracias.
Okay, thank you very much. Next delegation, please. Also with the P, who's next? Can you guess? Peru. Please, the Peruvian delegation, can you come forward?
Que va a ser entregado por Mirna.
Mirna Martí, the representative from PAHO, will give out the recognition.
¿No hay más de Perú, me preguntan? Pero están tremendamente bien representados.
Okay, that's the Peruvian representatives. Thank you very much. Thank you, Peru. Congratulations. Thank you, Mirna, for handing out these recognitions. I would like to invite Karl Leitner, who is the representative from the WHO, to give out the recognition to the last two countries that will be called up to come to the stage. Please, I would like to invite the representatives from Suriname. Please come forward, and please a big round of applause for them so that Karl can hand out the recognition.
Ahí están.
Very well. Let's get a picture. And your recognition. But there are more people in your delegation. Here they come. Here they are. So can you move towards the center, please? So that we can get your picture taken.
Buenísimo, muchas gracias.
Wonderful, thank you very much. And last but not least, I would like to ask the delegation from Uruguay to receive the recognition from Karl Leitner from WHO.
Perfecto. Más al centro.
Okay, let's get down in the middle.
Ahí está la delegación de...
That's then the delegation from Uruguay.
Muy bien. Muchísimas gracias, Uruguay.
Thank you very much, Uruguay. Stay here, please, because we're going to get a picture with all the different delegations, so don't go away, please. All the delegations, similar to the one that we saw in the video just a little while ago. All the delegations that have just come up, please come back on stage for an official picture. Chile, Peru, El Salvador, Colombia, please come to the stage and bring your recognition so that we can have a great memory from these LACPass Conectathon, June the 1st, 2022.
También muchas gracias a los representantes.
We would also like to thank the representatives from LACchain, HL7, SENS, IHE for being a part of this project. Please, if you can come on stage too, the representatives from HL7, LACchain, SENS, and IHE. Please come onto the stage. I'm sure that we will all fit. I'm sure we will all fit. The country delegations, IHE, HL7, SENS, please come to the stage for a group picture.
were traveling the mountains just to find out how to seas. We said down by the fire, knowing we couldn't hide, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club. I remember the ocean, memories die out too hard. But we were traveling the mountains just to find the loudest seas. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could aim higher, but we didn't know that yet. So if you want something to hold on to, gotta find it first. But here I am, 'cause I've been laying under palm trees, waiting for the summer, knowing there's nowhere to go. 'Cause I am happy on this island, wanna be my farmland. I don't ever want to leave, I'm in a tropic club.
Hola, hola. Les pedimos que...
Please, just one more minute. Just one more minute, please. We still have one last point.
Sí, por favor. Pero,
Bien. Señores, por favor, les pedimos que vuelvan a sus asientos.
Here, ladies and gentlemen, please go back to your seats because we do have one last point in our event.
Vamos a esperar al señor de Perú. De nada.
Bien.
Very well then. So we are, this is the last few minutes we have in this Conectatón. I would like Constanza Maria Engativa, who is the head from the technology office from the Ministry of Health and Social Protection in Colombia. And as we have said, it is the country that as of this week will be leading BRAC-CEL. So please, a round of applause for Constanza Engativa. There you are, Constanza.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much.
Primero que todo quiero
First of all, I would like to invite the founding members of Raxel, Fernando Portilla, Pablo Arreficer, please. For the countries here present, I believe that Raxel has meant, in the last 5 years, a network, a space for collaboration. And it is the first time that this American Cooperation Network on Electronic Health has chosen a country to chair the network. And we in Colombia have the honor of having been selected as the chairing country. We want to thank Fernando Portilla and Dr. Pablo Orefice for the important work that they have been developing. I think that coordinating a network, not only building it, but coordinating it, guaranteeing its sustainability is a complex task, and they have done excellent work. So now, this moment for us, for the Colombian delegation, it's a situation of great pleasure to be able to address you as the chair of this important network that brings us here together in this third LACPass Conectatón. As the head of the technology office from the ministry, it is an honor and I feel privileged to represent my country in trying to guarantee that we can carry on with this task as has been done by these two founding members. And it is precisely this digital transformation process, what we can see here, working as a team, cooperation, solidarity, and the generosity that each of us have contributed with in sharing knowledge and experiences, but also jointly making decisions in order to guarantee that the electronic health is a reality in this wonderful dream that Pablo and Fernando have been working on. And we would like to give a token of appreciation, a recognition for the important work that they have been doing in the last few years. I think that the member states, with 7 countries, we hope that this number will increase very soon, and that we can say that all Latin America and the Caribbean are members of this network, and not only just being there with our flag, but actually working in cooperation and in coordination with electronic health that is much expected. Thank you so much, and a round of applause for the 2 gentlemen, please. Just a few words. This is a dream that Fernando and I started with, always dreaming, but I think it's a historical milestone. And I just want to say, we're going for more. We'll see you in the next Conectathon. Well, yes, I think that it's quite a significant moment for us. A second Conectathon with an international scope. It's an important landmark, an important milestone, and we will continue working for health. Thank you so much for your solidarity. Thank you so much because we can see it in your generosity, in your sharing, in our learnings for what we have done and what we will do with a new vision, moving forward, moving ahead in order to make a digital health count on the best brains, the best professionals for our region. So it is a privilege for me to be able to contribute from a public good, from these kind of spaces so that our region is playing in the major leagues. Thank you so much for believing in us, and let's go for more. Just one last comment. In 2016, we had the Conectathon in Uruguay. That was a turning point. I also had the privilege of being part of that project. Today, it's a new important milestone. And in a month and a half, July the 19th, you're all invited to Colombia, where we will also have an important milestone in interoperability in that country. Well, there's not much more to say. I think we've all said this. It's a new beginning. It's not the end of LACPass. It's not ticking off the first phase. It's the beginning of more. Pablo has said it. Let's go for more. And I think it's not only something that the public good actually needs, but the community needs this, and the patients in a region need it. Thanks a million to PAHO, to the IDB, to SENS, and all who have cooperated in making this a reality. Thank you very much.
Bien.
Very well. So we are coming to the end of the LACPass Conectathon. With this meeting, then we've analyzed areas that are key for the optimization of the digital transformation in public health. I'm sure that we've made important progress, but let me say that from what we have seen here, there's still a lot to be done. You have a huge challenge ahead of you. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and I'm sure that humanity will still have many more challenges to face in health. In all of your minds, in all of your hands, and in your souls is the decision to continue working jointly for millions of human beings that are going to be with high hopes and relying on you to make your contribution so that we can have better health and so that we can have better solutions for the challenges and diseases and obstacles that are to come. Carlos said the technical aspect will always, with one brilliant mind, be solved. We have vaccinations that are protecting us, and there are going to be many other elements that will allow us to improve our lives. But it's really the willingness of the men and women sitting here that will make our health much better. So I just want to encourage you to continue working, to wish you the best of success, thanking you also for allowing me to participate and to have learned in this 2022 Conectathon. Goodbye. I do want to say that if you want more pictures, well, next door, right next door on the left, we already have there in the digital certificate room more formal pictures so that you can have souvenirs on this important event. Thank you to the members participating, the countries, WHO, PAHO, IDB. We hope that we will get together again with news, with good news. Those who are going back home, have a safe trip back home, and we hope you will come back to Chile. For me, it has been a great honor to be with you. Be well.
Darkness, there's so much I wanna do.
Una última petición, por favor, no olvidar devolver los dispositivos de traducción al término del evento, por favor, en la parte trasera del salón. Los dispositivos de traducción, si son tan amables, los pueden regresar con el personal técnico que está hacia el final del salón. Muchas gracias.
You were made for love.